Button Press presents To Meet Surrender, the third book in the Le Sombre series. Written and read for you by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2026, Button Press. Chapter 1. The wings were in her dreams again. It wasn't the sight of them, but the sound. A great, slow rush, like the mill sail catching wind, like every sheet in the village snapping on the line. Warmth poured off him the way heat rolled off the bread oven in January, and Alba leaned in. During the dream, she always leaned in. His hand found the curve of her jaw. She knew the weight of that hand the way she knew the weight of a full pail, of a sleeping lamb. She turned her face into his palm and lifted her chin to look at him at last. But the shadows above his shoulders remained dark, and the place where his face should have been was still a blur. Somewhere behind her ribs, a thin, cold thread pulled taut, far away, like a hook set in ice. "Look at me," she tried to say, but she could never speak in that place. She woke with her hand reaching, her palms clammy. The loft was black, cold, and smelled of straw and the sheep below. She curled her hands back under the blanket, pressing her knuckles against her breastbone until it ached. "Blessed Mother, full of grace." The prayer flooded her head as easy as kneading bread, her hands moving before thought. "Forgive me the dream, again. Forgive me for not wanting to wake. Again." She never managed to confess the dreams to Père Colin, who read out the sins of the parish each Sunday with such relish that Alba had privately concluded he kept a list through the week, like Mamma kept accounts of laid eggs. "Last," he thundered last month, "was a wolf as came dressed in sheep's wool." He looked very satisfied with that phrase. Alba had sat in the third pew with her hands folded, knowing for certain it wasn't a wolf. It was wings. And then she spent the rest of the Mass certain that everyone could see the shame written across her face. She couldn't pray this away. Creatures of shadow were monsters, and yet she dreamed of them. She should be married by now, or at least looking, and yet the only man that held any interest for her was of her own imagining. Père Colin talked of this from the pulpit. Sermons about the devil's servants who wore beautiful faces. Papa said it plainly at the table with the shutters barred. Maman said it with Ash and Rowan on the windowsills every night before bed. Danger. Horror. Despite her internal self-flagellation, 3 or 4 nights in every 7, Alba dreamed of wings, of warmth, of a hand she trusted. Craved. She jolted under the blankets when the ladder creaked under Papa's weight as he came in from the yard. The morning was starting, whether she was fit for it or not. "Alba, are you—" "I'm up, Papa." She made a show of rubbing her eyes and yawning. Her father raised an eyebrow. "Dreaming again?" She averted her eyes, hunting for her smock. "Only of adventure?" That was a lie, but only because those stories hadn't popped into her head last night. When she wasn't dreaming of hell, she dreamed of long journeys, of weapons and battles, of a bejeweled hilt and gleaming blade with her hand wrapped around it. Her father didn't need to know which dream appeared when. "Always swords and armor? Why not a needle and thread?" He grunted and lowered himself to the floor, and Alba dressed quickly. Mamma had the fire up and first loaves shaped by the time she climbed down from her bed, and the kitchen smelled of smoke and yeast. Wash day, baking day, spinning day, every day had its name. This one had too. To everyone else in the village, it was preparation day. In this house, it was also the day of the ward. Papa sat at the table with the wooden box in front of him, the one with the wool lining, and did not meet her eyes. It was his way of telling her to sit. The box had come from Maman's mother, from hers before that, and from some longer line of grandmothers stretching back past anyone's remembering. Inside on the wool sat the silver thorn, hollow, finger-long, bright as the day it was made, no matter how many years it had been used. Alba sat, then laid her arm on the table, wrist up, the skin there pale and dotted with the small fading marks of 100 Fridays. "It's low," Papa said to Maman, not to her. He tilted the clay vial against the firelight. The tincture inside, dark as walnut holes, barely climbed its walls. "There'll be more," Mamma said in the voice she used for the hens will lay and the frost will hold off. Papa grunted. "From where?" The group from the north did not come at Michaelmas, nor at Martinmas. Mamma's hands paused in the dough, started again. There will be more. Papa dipped the thorn. The silver point went dark, and Alba did what she always did. She studied the beam over the door and took inventory to distract herself. Odds and marks. 11. Nail. 1. Bent. Hook where the herbs hung. The bundle wanted changing. The rosemary had gone gray as a mouse. The sting was small and familiar, like the bite of an asp. Then the cold came threading up the veins of her wrist toward her elbow, and behind it the taste arrived at the back of her throat, though she'd swallowed nothing. Bitter and green. Her body knew the ritual so well that the shiver arrived right on schedule, halfway up her forearm. There. Papa pressed his thumb over the bead of blood. He held it there, firm, while Maman brought the scrap of linen. He bound the wrist himself, tight and tucked. Not one drop free. Not one drop ever free. When Alba was small, she'd asked why the cut from the thorn never bled past his thumb. Why her scrapes closed by supper when Javiette wore her scabs for a fortnight at least. Papa said, "The word keeps your blood strong." And she had asked, being small, stupid, and not yet schooled in keeping her mouth shut, "What would I need strong blood for?" Maman had crossed herself, twice. That had been the end of asking. But the rules had come after, taught like catechism, by repetition until they lived in her bones and not in her head. Never bleed where the air can carry it, burn what your blood touches, and the third rule, the one Papa always delivered with his eyes on the shutter latch, do not go out after dark. Done. Papa pulled the dressing from her bound wrist and threw it into the fire, already healed. Papa was not truly old, but the winter sank into his joints early. Some mornings, Alba caught herself looking at other men and women in their village with their swollen knuckles and rattling breath. It wasn't quite grief that she felt. It was more like standing in a doorway with no way in. She was never ill. She'd never once in 18 years been ill, and she had learned to lie about it, to invent headaches, to walk more slowly than her legs needed, because in a village this size, health like hers was its own kind of mark. "The Kettenau's girl is at the well by now." Mama slid the water yoke toward her. "If she tells the news to anyone before you, we'll hear about it all week." Alba snorted and rushed out of the house. Javiette Catanaz was indeed at the well, and had saved the news the way a cat saves a mouse, presented with pride, only a little mauled. "Refugees!" she spat, before Alba's bucket had touched water. "In the night, from up past the north woods. Gilly saw them on the road at first light. A whole family with their goods in a handcart and the grandmother riding the ox. They wouldn't stop, wouldn't so much as take bread. The man just kept saying they'd started moving at night." Alba pretended to be shocked. "Who had?" "The English." Javiette leaned in, thrilled and appalled. "The host that burned Abbaye. They say it doesn't march under the sun. They say it comes on after dark. And it's at your field by matin. And," she dropped her voice, "they say the dogs won't bark at the men. They whimper and hide." The rope ran cold and wet through Alba's fists. Down in the dark of the well, her own reflection wobbled on the black water, faceless at this distance. She tore it apart with the ripples from the bucket. "Rumors run faster than the king's men." Now she wished she had dreamed of the sword, of the altar where she always found it. Was that what her dreams were trying to tell her? That she would have to fight? "The war ran here well enough, didn't it? It's everywhere else already." Javiette counted on her fingers, a litany she'd clearly polished. "The old king dies mad, God rest him, but not before signing us all away on parchment to England like a sack of fleeces. The little English king is called King of France. In Paris, Alba, and he's a child of 6. They wipe his royal nose for him. And our own Charles, the true blood, sits away south at Bourges, and the great men laugh at him. King of Bourges, they call him. A king with no crown, no coin, and no coronation, while the Godons eat their way up every road in France." She said the soldier's nickname with relish. It was as near to swearing as they were allowed. "My father says Orléans will be under siege by autumn. And if Orléans falls, the whole of the south falls. Then there's no France at all. Just England with better bread." Alba set the bucket on the stone with a slop. "And what does your father say we should do about it?" "Pray, Javiette shrugged. And hide the good cows. Alba laughed, but her merriment didn't last long, because past Javiette's shoulder, out along the north road, the refugee family had left tracks in the dust. Cartwheels, ox hooves, and the small dragging scuffs of children. The sight of them pulled at something under her breastbone. The cold thread again, faint as a hair, and hooked in deep, running away north as if it wanted her to follow. After trying once to tell her parents about the tug, she never told anyone about the thread. There were no words for it that didn't end with village rumors or Maman crossing herself. "Oh, you've disappeared, Alba." Javiette snapped her fingers. Alba blinked. "Only to the barley." She shouldered the yoke. "It won't cut itself." Late that afternoon, when the light went deep gold and made even dry grass look like treasure, Alba was working the last row by the hedge. She was tired, in a good way, her arms swinging loose and easy, until the hook of the sickle kissed off a hidden stone and jumped. Her hand shot out, and a line of red opened across the meat of her left palm, quick as a whip. For one heartbeat she only stood there, stupid, watching her own blood well up in the furrow of her hand. Then her father's voice sounded in her head. "It's not only a wound. You cannot—" She had the hand fisted and wrapped in her apron before the thought finished, walking fast and straight with her heart hammering the whole drumline of the catechism through her. Bind it, burn it, salt where it fell. Had it fallen? She turned back and scanned the stubble behind her. 2 drops, dark on a flat stone. She rushed back and worked the stone loose with the toe of her sandal, turned it face down into the dirt and stamped it flat. And if anyone in the row thought it strange that Perrin's daughter had stopped to grind a stone into the ground, they knew better than to say so. Her family was well liked. Her family was also considered odd, which usually worked in her favor. Maman saw the apron the moment Alba hurried through the gate, and her face flickered between shock like a door blown open on a winter night, and then nothing. The sickle one, I see. Alba Joan." Maman was swift if dispassionate. The apron went into the fire, the linen from her hand, once the cut had been washed and wrapped, into the fire. The wash water was thrown into the fire itself, hissing, and then the hearth was swept and the sweepings burned. Alba sat with her stinging palm cradled in her lap. By the time the fire had eaten everything her blood had touched, the cut beneath the new bandage had already stopped hurting. By supper it had closed to a pale line. "This is why I will travel well when I set off on my adventure," Alba said. "I heal quickly." Her mother tisked. "Don't tempt God." She added the used bandage to the pyre. "Who's tempting God?" Papa came in late from the yard, and before he sat, took the boar spear down from the wall and stood it by the door. "For wolves," he said. There had been no wolves since Lent. "Javiette full of talk?" he asked. Alba nodded. "Refugees on the north road, from past the woods. Javiette says the English host moves at night now. She says the dogs don't bark at the men." The look that went between her parents was brief as a spark, but louder than a church bell. That had been happening more frequently, but she was never brave enough to ask what it meant. Papa cleared his throat. "Dogs are foolish creatures." After the meal, when Alba lay in the loft, her mother went around the house sunwise with the ash pot and the sprig of rowan, renewing the grey line along every sill and threshold. Her murmur climbed up through the floorboards. Words in no tongue Père Colin preached in. Alba lay in the dark with her healed hand curled against her chest. "Someday they will have to tell me, whatever it is." She was old enough to bear a child, and yet her parents still wouldn't let her in on their secrets. Maybe she should stand up at Friday's table and refuse the thorn until one of them explained. She almost believed she'd dare it, too, lying there warm in the dark. Courage came easy in the loft. It was mornings that stripped her of it. No, tomorrow she would ask. What was she going to do? Help with the washing and work the fields the rest of her life? The idea of staying in the village made her skin itch. There had to be more than this. Alba slept. Again, the wings came. When she blinked her eyes awake, there was a strange clanging in the distance. Orange light bled through every seam of the shutters, and along with the ringing of a bell came the sounds that would live in her mind the rest of her life. Hooves. Men's voices. A woman's scream. Chapter 2. Alba came down the ladder into a house she didn't recognize. The shapes were all where they belonged. Table, chairs, hearth. But firelight from outside flicked through the shutter seams, and Mama knelt at the open chest surrounded by knives and oiled cloth, a hand axe, and the ash pot. Papa stood at the window with the boar spear. She crossed to the other window before her parents could stop her, and set her eye to the gap. The lane was bathed in red gold. The Catanaw's roof was a crown of fire. Javiet. And against the glare, men in uniform were moving. Soldiers. "Away from the window," Papa growled, but she didn't move. Couldn't, because behind the soldiers, back where the smoke boiled off the Catanaw's thatch and the light was wildest, something crossed the lane. One long, effortless glide, too solid to be a shadow, but... Papa's hand closed on her shoulder and turned her, and his face was close and gray and terribly calm. "Listen once, because there's no time to say it twice. Under the byre, there's a way out. It goes dark and long, and it comes out on the river hazels. And you don't stop. You don't call out, and whatever you hear behind you, you don't turn back." "Under the... What way? There's no... There is..." Maman was already at the byre door with the bundle on her back and the ash pot in her fist. "There always has been." The byre smelled of the 2 goats and warm dung. The goats were pressed flat together in the corner, silent as the dogs. Papa went to his knees at the hearthstone of the old byre fire, cold since before Alba was born and used as a shelf for buckets. Papa got his fingers into a seam and pulled. A black square opened on the floor, and she gasped at the stone steps leading down into the darkness. Papa handed her a lit tallow candle. "You lead." Alba was too scared to question. The dark below took her like water, and she barely heard her parents' descent over the beating of her heart. When her mother's hand found her shoulder, she pressed on in earnest. This was no badger run. The walls stood dressed and true, old chiselwork furred with lime, wide enough for 2 abreast, high enough that Papa barely stooped. Whoever cut this did so for more than one person to pass through. "Move," Papa whispered. "Faster." Twice, other mouths opened off the passage, narrower ways, choked with fallen rubble or barred with gates of black iron gone to lace with rust, and her parents passed them without a glance. Alba yelped at a low, shuddering boom from above. Dust sifted down through the candlelight, fine as flour. "Almost at the fork," Mama murmured. "Then it's left down the way, under the water meadow, and up at the hazels. Almost, love." The passage split at a squat stone pillar, the right-hand way running level and the left dropping toward the dank and cold. Alba turned left, candle shadows lunging, and stopped so hard that her mother ran into the back of her. The way down was gone. Not blocked, gone. The roof of the left-hand passage had come down in a slope of broken stone and earth that climbed to the ceiling and filled it wall to wall. Papa set the spear down and went at the slope with both hands. "The right-hand way," Mama said. It comes up in the village." Papa's voice was flat. It frightened Alba more than screaming. "There's no other end but this one. Dig." "Then we come up in the village," Alba hissed. "It's the middle of the night, Papa. It's chaos up there. Everything's burning. 3 more running souls with their faces covered. Nobody will so much as..." "No," Maman snapped. "Do as he asks. Dig." "Why?" The word cracked out of her, ringing away down the passage in both directions. "What is up there that's worse than being buried alive down here? Why is there a door under our byre older than the church? Why do we use the thorn every Friday? Why do we burn what I bleed on? What are the words Maman speaks every night?" Her voice cracked. The candle fluttered. Her parents looked at each other. Maman shook her head. "Not now, my love." Something behind Alba's ribs hardened. She pushed between them, thrust the candle into her mother's hands, and went at the rubble alone. This was madness. A farm girl clawing at a fallen hillside with her bare hands. A child kicking a mountain. "Alba!" Hands landed on her shoulders, but she shrugged them off. Stone, earth, stone. Her nails went, then her knuckles. It was useless, but she could not stop. If she stopped, she would scream, which wouldn't be wise considering she could now hear voices. She stilled for half a second. Voices. Her breath caught. A laugh. Maman was at her shoulder now, digging, her hands shaking, and Papa put himself between his family and the dark, the boar spear up. No, they would not battle the English here in this cave. They would not leave before she had her answers. Something in Alba stood up. That cold thread snapped tight, and suddenly it was a rushing river, a torrent running from her breastbone away into the world toward some far old elsewhere. It lit like a fuse, and her hands filled with rock and dirt. It no longer stung her palms, but moved easily. Her mother's voice floated somewhere outside of a strange, low hum. She strained to hear, but the hum only grew louder as heat built in her chest. She needed to hear her mother. She needed to... Alba set both ruined hands against the fallen slope and shoved. The rubble in front of her rushed away as if she'd run backward. Not stone by stone. All at once. A roar. Alba stumbled back, gasping. Where the collapse had stood wall to wall, there was a gap, ragged and low, spilling fresh air from the dark beyond. The voices behind them grew louder. What had she done? How had she... Go, Papa commanded, but Alba couldn't move. Papa gripped her aching arms, searching her face, but he didn't look frightened. Not even surprised that his daughter had moved what 10 men couldn't have done in a week. You knew... Alba's voice was strange to her own ears. Through, he said. Daughter, through. He tugged her forward, and the 3 of them scuffled down. When the candle died, they held hands. Her palms barely felt sore. They climbed until finally there was gray light ahead, the smell of water and damp earth. Then the hazels were around them. Black leaves against a smoke-filled sky as they scrambled up and out onto the riverbank. They passed what remained of the night in the willow car downstream of the hazels, the 3 of them pressed together in the black mud. Nobody slept. Maman's breath rattled worse than Alba had ever heard it, and Papa sat with the boar spear across his knees and his eyes wide and searching until the dark lifted. What dawn found of the village was still only smoke. A wide, slow-leaning column of it, gray-brown against the barely lightening sky. The fort's held, Papa pointed, his voice low. Anyone who lived through the night, they'll pick out the fields at their leisure. Then we go south, along the water, Maman said. Under the banks, cross at the mill shallows. If the shallows are clear. If. Papa's jaw worked. I need eyes on the mill reach before I put us on that bank. It's open meadow the last quarter of it. If she had to sit here in the brush with Maman and wait for who knew how long, Alba would chew her nails until they bled. She needed to move, to do something. I'll go. There was that look again. Had her parents not seen what she'd just done? Were they capable of that kind of strength? Is that the secret they were hiding? Papa reached for her hands, flipping them over. Her skin was dirty, but there were no cuts. I don't think... I can do it. Please, let me. Mama must have seen the wildness in her eyes because she gave a small nod. She's smallest and quickest. Alba's heart swelled. Papa drew a slow breath, dropping her hands. Banks and hedges. You look at the mill reach. You count what you see, and you come back. You do not cross. You do not linger. Alba nodded. I understand. The morning was cold and still. Alba scurried along the riverbank like a rat along a wall. She kept to the alder shade, to the cattle paths worn into the brush. Twice she froze. Once for voices carrying flat across the water, and once for a riderless horse cropping grass with its reins trailing, saddle empty, a long dark stain down its shoulder. The meadows lay silvered and innocent. A heron minded its own affairs in the shallows, and the mill reach opened ahead. There was the old boundary between Thillow land and the common, a blackthorn hedge grown thick as a rampart. But at its gap, where the cattle gate stood, someone in the night's panic had dragged up old iron to stop the way. A broken harrow, tines up, heaved onto its side and jammed into the thorn with fence stakes. A poor man's barricade against soldiers on horses. But it was the sound that stopped her. A rustle. A snap. A wing. It wasn't exactly as she remembered it, but close enough to root her to the ground. At first, in the half-light, she took the black shape for a cloak blown into the hedge. Then it moved against the wind. A wing the size of a boat's sail, pinned through its membrane in 2 places on the harrow's iron teeth, tangled back into the blackthorn where the barbs had it hooked at every hand's breadth, and under the wing, wrenched half around by its own trapped limb. A man? He hung in the thorn, one arm through the hedge to the shoulder, and... She dropped to the ground. His eyes were on her. They had no white to them at all. Black, rim to rim, huge in a pale face that would have been beautiful, was beautiful, even with his lips pulled back over glaring white teeth and a scowl that could rival Maman's. Terrifying. So why was she standing there staring? She should leave, go back and report that they wouldn't be able to pass. But there was that sound again. She squeezed her eyes shut, cursing herself. How could she feel curiosity or exhilaration at a moment like this, at a monster in a hedge? Père Colin could have preached for a year on the state of her soul. Besides, it wasn't him. At least she didn't think it was. The man she saw in her dreams felt different. But the hand she'd felt on her cheek, the warmth of his body. Was it to prepare her for this? To warn her? She poked her head back up, but when the creature still stared, she stepped back, decided. She would go back to Papa and report. There was nothing more she could do. They'd have to find... The sun burst over the horizon, spilling over the grass and trees, and a piercing noise sliced through the air. Alba clapped her hands over her ears, her heart galloping. The creature in front of her flailed and twisted. The sound he made was not a monster's. It was the sound of a man in agony. He wrenched against the iron until the pinned membrane tore wider. Again and again, pulling his body away from the light. It hurt. The wing? The light? Alba couldn't tell which was torturing him more. But whatever it was, he was suffering. His scream was guttural, like fingernails down glass. Alba turned to run, but barely took a few steps before tears filled her eyes. She'd been 10 years old the winter she found the fox in the snare above the far field. A vixen, red as a struck match against the snow, the wire eaten so deep into her hind leg that the fur had gone dark with it. Every rule was plain. Fetch Papa, who would end it quickly and take the pelt. Alba had stood in the snow with her breath smoking, turning to go when the vixen stopped fighting the wire and looked at her. 2 yellow eyes, wide with fear. She learned then that she wasn't able to watch a creature suffer. It wasn't a virtue, as Papa told her, but a flaw that could get her killed someday. But still, she'd worked the wire loose with her bare fingers. The vixen had bitten her to the bone for her trouble and gone off 3-legged through the trees without a backward look. Alba walked home with her hand wrapped in her hood. She hid the wound, and it healed smooth by morning. Mamma threw her cloak in the fire and made her a new one without saying a word to Papa. Now she imagined herself stuck through with a pike, being torn in half, her agony on full display for a stranger to witness and walk past. Everything she had ever been taught, especially from Père Colin at the pulpit, warred inside her. The devil's servants are among us. Would you not stop and offer your coat to a man shivering on the road? Was she supposed to walk on and leave him in this state, creature of the devil or not? Had he a choice in the matter? Were some living things inherently below others? Did they deserve to suffer? God forgive me, Alba murmured and ran to the hedge. Up close she could smell the sick, sweet char of his flesh burning, the black eyes tracking her with nothing in them she could read as gratitude or even understanding. But he was trembling, his chest rising and falling with desperate gasps. She got her hands on the harrow beam. She'd freed enough sheep from thorn bushes to know the geometry of it. Don't pull, lift. She braced under the beam and heaved, and it barely shifted. The first tine cleared the membrane, and the man made a high, shocked sound. She adjusted her grip and tore her shirt on Blackthorn as she hoisted it up again. Va! She grunted. Go! Pull! The wing ripped free, and the whole hedge burst. Thorn and iron and a hurricane of dark leather, and the force of his release threw her staggering back as he exploded off the barbs and out of the light, into the gap's shadow, collapsing to a crouch with the ruined wing hovering over him. For a moment, nothing in the world moved but smoke rising off his shoulders. Then his head came up, and Alba learned the exact size of her mistake. His black eyes found her. Not her face, but her arm. Alba followed his gaze to see the tear in her shirt, and she cursed under her breath. There was a scratch from wrist to elbow, bare to the morning air, welling with blood. His eyes grew liquid, and the trembling stopped. His beautiful wrecked features smoothed over into pure, total attention. Alba was already scrambling backward, but it was too late. He lunged at her. She got half a turn in before something like a falling tree took her shoulder, and the world swapped ground for sky. She went down hard in the wet grass, with the harrow's edge shrieking past an inch from her skull. Alba rolled, And above her, the vampire made a sound she would hear for the rest of her life, however long that turned out to be. A moan, almost grief. The sound of a starving man presented at a feast. Another bite to the bone, it seemed. Or would it be worse this time? Had Papa's prediction about her foolhardy compassion finally come true? No. She got the harrow between them, on her back in the grass, both heels hooked on the beam, and shoved it at him like a hurdle. He tore it aside, and the iron frame that had taken all her strength to lift flew end over end across the meadow. The ruined wings spread over her, and all she could think about was that she'd never see her parents again. She would never be able to tell them that the road was blocked, that... The sky dropped. There was a sound like every sheet in the village snapping on the line at once. And then light poured in on her, the ruined wing gone. Alba lay on her back in the grass, sucking in a breath and scuttling like a crab away from the chaos. They were too fast for her eyes. A knot of darkness and shadow tumbling across the gap where the hedge had been. Then the tangle broke, and there were two of them. With a growl, the second creature hurled away the first. Cradling his broken wing, he wrenched around, and even at that distance, even half blind with her own hammering blood, Alba felt his black eyes cross her like a cold finger. Something had been learned this morning, and banked, and would earn interest. Then he disappeared into the trees. Between Alba and the risen sun stood the other one. He'd landed with his back to her, huge against the morning with his wings still half spread. But what took her breath away was that the light was fully on him, gold and sparkling, pouring over the black sweep of his wings and the breadth of his shoulders. And he did not burn. He turned his head, and the air fluttered around her. She shivered at the slow rush of his wings as they settled and folded against his back. That sound. It was exactly right. Familiar and warm. She'd heard it like that all her life. Chapter 3. The man, or creature, turned fully to face her, and the scenery rearranged itself with his face at the center. Dark hair, cropped rough, a jaw that belonged on a church statuary. He was big, the way the winged wreck in the hedge had been big, but the wreck had hunched, wearing his stature like a stolen coat. This one stood as if he'd been measured by God personally. None of that was the problem. The problem was how he looked at her. And not the way the other one had. He looked at her the way Maman looked at the door on the nights Papa was late coming in from the far field during a storm. It sparked a long, slow drop behind her breastbone. Alba stayed where she was, flat in the wet grass with her torn hand pressed to her breast, hoping the bleeding had almost stopped. "You're hurt," he said. His voice matched the rest of him, low and smooth, with an accent she couldn't place. "Stay back!" She started to shake. He stopped. "Your hand. Stay back." She got her feet under her, stood, swayed, then planted herself. How was he standing in the sun? He rushed forward, his eyes wide, his hand outstretched like he was going to touch her. She stumbled back with a gasp. He froze, his expression hardening. He clenched his fist and held it at his side. "You need to come away from this place. Now. That one." His chin moved a fraction toward the tree line where the other creature had fled. "Won't be silent about what he saw. He's hurt, and hungry, and shamed. He can no longer feed in the open country because the light is up, which means he'll go straight back down whatever hole his masters keep him in, and tell them what he found on this road. You leave today, or you are tracked and taken today. It is that plain." "I'm not going anywhere with you." "You'd rather go alone? Doesn't seem to be going well." Alba took another step back. "I have to—" "Find your family." He gave a low chuckle. "They are in danger, just as you are. I have half a mind to kill them for letting you walk alone." His eyes darkened, and it sent a shudder through her. "I'm of age." "Clearly." He raised an eyebrow, looking at the metal tines next to her. Alba set her jaw and turned, tromping back into the brush. It never occurred to her that he could attack from behind. For some reason, she didn't worry about him attacking her at all. He followed, though she couldn't hear his footsteps. When she could no longer bear the feel of his eyes boring into her back, Alba whirled. Go away. The thanks I get for saving your life. Alba pursed her lips. Why had he saved her life? Had she died, and this was another piece of her dream? That would make more sense than seeing this dark creature in front of her, having a conversation with him. You freed him, he murmured. The one in the hedge. He was caught, burning, and every soul in this country knows what he is. You knew, did you not? She swallowed hard. I knew. Why, then? Call it mercy. A pause. Your priests teach mercy for the Nosferatu now. The church has changed since I last attended. Nosferatu. The word sent a chill down her spine. He admitted it. A vampire, a drinker of human blood. A killer. Alba laughed. You? Attending church? He walked next to her now, his head bowed. When he looked up, the tightness around his eyes was gone. Is that so unbelievable? Alba's throat tightened. It took her a moment to remember why church was brought up in the first place. He was suffering. Wolves suffer in traps. Girls with sense walk on. Then I haven't any sense. His mouth quirked. That is a likely possibility. Did he chuckle? The sound incensed her. Is there not another? He considered. The sun was coming up the valley properly now, gilding the column of smoke from the village north. The other possibility, he said slowly, is that you are more than just a girl. And you could no more have walked on than cut off your own hand. His eyes didn't leave her. They were just as dark as the others, but not soulless. Tell me, and it will cost you nothing. It is only a question. His eyes dropped a fraction. Do you dream when you sleep? The meadow seemed to still. Wind in the alders, the river rushing, and even the pound of her own blood overwhelmed her senses. There was no chance, none, that a vampire in a meadow could put his finger on the one secret thing she'd seen 3 nights in 7 since she was 15. It was a coincidence. Or he was toying with her. I don't dream, Alba snapped. He watched her, his expression softening. Finally, he let out a slow breath. No, of course not. Had he put them there? Those images in her head? Was this all a trick of the mind to lure her into his clutches? She backed away for the second time. I'm mad, or I'm damned. Either of these is more likely than whatever kindness you're pretending to offer now. So hear me. I am going back to my family alone, and you are going to leave this valley. And if there is one drop of anything in you that isn't a lie, you will not follow me. Something crossed his face. I've been called worse, but you're mistaken. I'm not the danger you were warned about. I am the reason the warnings had time to reach you. He crossed his arms. Go back to your family, then. Do it quickly. And when you find that the river is the only road out of this country, not already watched, and that your father cannot ferry 3 souls over a picketed ford with a boar spear, do not speak of my father. Then you will want to know where I am. I'll be... The alders exploded. Not the sky this time. The bushes cracked and snapped as Papa erupted through the branches. Papa! She screamed as the boar spear drove into the monster's chest. The creature stumbled, his hands open at his sides. Papa recovered like the hunter he'd once been. He turned on the ball of his foot, spear pulled back and lifted. He balanced and drove again. The creature gave ground with each pass, backward, wings shut, and did not strike even though each lunge Papa took left his own front as open as a barn door. Why was he not attacking? Alba screamed at them both to stop, searching the bushes for Maman. Finally, the vampire stepped inside the 4th thrust and set 2 fingers against the spear's neck. Enough, Guardian. Alba panted for air. The word meant nothing to her, but it meant something to Papa. He went stone still, his spear still poised to stab again. I will not fight you, the vampire said, black blood oozing from his chest. Old man, Look at the sun. Look where I stand in it. You know what that means, even if she does not. And you know what is coming down this valley, behind me. Papa! Not now, Alba. She ground her teeth. The vampire pushed the spear away. You must go quickly. I will carry your family over the water, all three and your belongings dry. And for surety, his eyes slid to Alba, you may hold your thorn at my throat, the whole crossing, dressed however you see fit. I know your customs. Thorn. The world tilted. He knew of the little wooden box, the wool lining, 18 years of Fridays, the wasp sting, the bitterness at the back of her throat. What is he talking about, Papa? What is he? Papa lowered the spear and stood in the dew-topped grass, looking at the creature. His chest heaving, sunlight catching on the grey stubble on his chin. Then he shifted the spear to his left hand, and his right went into his coat, coming out with a vial. Not the clay vial from the Friday box. Alba knew that one the way she knew her own thumb. This was smaller. Glass, dark as a beetle's back, stopped with lead and wax and held in a leather thong she had never once in her life seen. Papa cracked the wax seal off of it with his thumbnail. Agreed. Chapter 4. Mamma appeared from the alders with her bundle on her back. Her eyes swept down the creature from crown to boot. No surprise registering in her features. Papa dressed the thorn kneeling on a flat stone, dipping it in the tincture from the dark vial. You've done that before? Alba said, before she could stop herself. Her father didn't answer. The vampire watched the hole right from 3 paces away, his arms loose at his sides. You'll take my wife and me first. Papa stood. This girl waits in the willow shade, out of the open. Then we'll return for her. The vampire nodded, tipping his head to bare the line of his neck. You'll want it under the jaw, guardian. Papa's face twisted. I know how it works. Alba stood in the willow shade as the creature gathered her parents, Mamma into the crook of one arm, cradled on his hip like a child. Papa half standing in the other, one arm around the monster's neck in a parody of embrace, the dress thorn pressed up under the monster's jaw. The vampire looked across the river, then back to Alba. What are you waiting for? Papa growled. In a flash, the vampire's wings opened, and without a running start, the grass flattened in a ring, and the 3 of them rose off the earth and flew out over the water. He sped across, dropping Mamma behind the far picket's line of sight, in the lee of the old flood oak. In a flash, the vampire was coming back for her, Papa still hanging on his shoulder. He landed under the willow shade in a rush of fresh morning air and held out one arm. Her cheeks flushed. The idea of stepping close to him, of wrapping her arms around his waist, made her stomach flip. I can swim, Alba said. Past 2 picketed bends in October water. The vampire nodded to her clothes. In wool. Alba. Her father started, but she was already stepping in. The first flight had been fast enough. She could close her eyes, and it would be over in a few seconds. The vampire's arm came around her, behind her back, and before she could get her bearings, the ground disappeared beneath her feet. She barely noted his warmth or the feel of him beneath her fingers, the softness of his clothes, the flexing of his body beneath the fabric, because her stomach was in her throat. Breathe, the vampire murmured. Her lungs somehow expanded, though she barely heard the command over her pounding heart. The river lay under them like a poured mirror, and she gazed back toward home. She wanted to go back. All she wanted was another ordinary day, another night sleeping in her own bed. Alba squeezed her eyes shut, pleading to wake up, to realize this was another one of her dreams, and any moment she'd wake to her morning chores. The creature shifted his grip, his fingers wrapping around her hip. She'd never been touched by a man like this, and his hand against her body made heat rise through her middle. Could her father see it? The blush on her cheeks? The far bank rose to meet them, and they landed with barely a scuff of her boots. The creature loosened his grip, and Alba shuffled away as fast as she could without tripping in the tall grass. He watched her, his lips parted like he had something more he wished to say. Instead, he pointed.
There.
A grey wheel hung dead behind the alders, its paddles covered in moss. They hurried forward and found the door to the watermill hanging by its top hinge. Inside, the room was dim and smelled of old grain, damp stone, and pigeon filth. Papa peered into the shadows, the creature standing next to him. Then, with no warning, Papa lunged. The silver thorn went in under the creature's jaw where he'd held it as a threat while they crossed the river. Alba clapped a hand over her mouth. The creature didn't strike. His hand lifted, then lowered, his eyes fixed on hers as his lips parted. He fell to his knees, and his wings spilled open, sweeping a fan of dust and leaves from the wooden floor as he landed. He caught himself on one fist, swayed, and folded. Then the winged devil of her dreams lay still. Her father hovered over him, breathing hard. "You gave him your word," Alba hissed.
"I gave a Nosferatu my word." Papa said the word like a curse. "I'd give it again, break it again, and stand before God gladly to answer for both. You don't keep faith with the wolf because it healed on the road."
He nudged the creature with his boot, then turned to the door.
We must do nothing until you tell me what's going on."
Alba clenched her fists at her sides.
"You'll tell me now, Papa, or I swear on the light of heaven I'll sit down on this floor beside him and wait until he wakes."
Papa growled under his breath.
"I can explain once we're safe." "Once we're safe? Once you're older? It's always once."
Alba dropped to the floor, crossing her arms over her chest. It was childish, but if he was going to treat her like a juvenile, then she may as well act her part. Mama placed a hand on Papa's arm.
"Tell her, now."
Papa started pacing, muttering something under his breath. Finally, he stopped and met her eyes.
"You are not only human."
Alba knew this, of course. Deep down, she'd always sensed something that set her apart. A human couldn't heal as fast as she did, couldn't stay as healthy, certainly couldn't move a boulder with her bare hands. But hearing it said aloud made her throat thicken. Mama wet her lips.
"Generations back, farther than any of us knows the counting of, our people were held captive. Covenanted, they called it. They say we were made by the goddess to satisfy the Nosferatu's bloodlust, to protect humans from their feedings. We were slaves," Papa snapped, "feeding them according to their desire. Our ancestors were freed because of a brave guardian. Is that what we're called? Guardians?"
Alba's head spun. That's what the vampire had called her father. But slaves? To vampires? Mama nodded.
"There is a web of us, Alba. Across France, families like ours, who know each other by signs. We stay hidden and... the thorn."
Alba couldn't take in anything new. She was still stuck trying to interpret the last of it, making sense of her life under a new lens.
"Why did we use the thorn? Each week?"
Papa drew a deep breath and exhaled.
"Vampires can scent our blood. The tincture masks the smell."
Alba blinked.
"Hides are..."
She couldn't finish the sentence because all of it made perfect sense. The pieces clicking into place. Why Papa had asked her to stay in after dark. Why Mama burned anything she bled on. It was so simple. She felt daft for not seeing it. She stared down at the vampire on the floor.
"And it kills them."
Papa had prepared a thorn, but it hadn't been the same tincture he used on her. Or had it? The details were blurring in her mind.
Papa shook his head. "Our ancestors discovered a compound that puts them to sleep for a time."
"You didn't kill him?" Alba's heart picked up speed. Was he lying there alive on the floor? Could he hear what they were saying?
"They cannot die," Mama said. "At least not without a relic. And that was lost. We'll find it."
Papa cut her off. Alba's heart started to race.
"But what happens when he wakes?" "We will be half of France away when he wakes, if God is kind and we are quick. That's why we need to go."
Papa stalked to the door and peered out, checking the road.
"You cannot kill them, Alba. Get that into your bones before it costs you. Iron, fire, water, prayer. It's all been tried for 1,000 years. And there is not one true tale of one of them dying by a man's hand. Not one."
He turned back, his face half illuminated by the sun sneaking through the doorway.
You can wound them, slow them. The venom bought us half a day, maybe a whole one.
But, Alba started. Her father waved her off.
He has told no one, so we do what our people have always done. It's the only thing that has ever worked. We spend every hour of sun on the road, and every hour of dark behind walls. We find our contacts and go underground, and by God's mercy, in a year, in 10, in whatever it costs, the vampire forgets there was ever a family in this village.
He has told no one. Guilt sank in her stomach like a rock. This vampire may have kept his silence, but the other, the wretch from the hedge who had stood close enough to drink the air off her open arm, the only reason he left was because of this vampire, the one lying unconscious on the floor. Who would protect them if he returned? And he would return. If they left now, how could she know he wasn't watching? Perhaps he'd watched them cross the river, watched them enter the old mill. Papa shouldered their bundles. Mamma pushed off the wall, wiping her face with the flat of her hand.
Mama, Papa,
Alba's voice held.
There's something I have to tell you.
She recounted the whole story. Her compassion, her stupidity, and her confession bought 100 heartbeats of the worst silence of her life. Her father stared at her, disbelieving. Then the valley took the decision out of everyone's hands. Horns sounded first, thin and far off, 2 notes from the direction of the ford. Then they heard hooves on the Vaucouleurs road, moving at a trot in numbers, and a dog's frantic barking. Papa cursed under his breath, working to force the door into its frame. The soldiers were coming. Had the creature in the hedge told them? They were traveling together, but were the vampires helping their armies or just taking advantage of their spoils?
What if they're looking for us?
Alba murmured. Papa didn't answer, just stacked the bundles in front of the door, searching the barren room for anything else to use as a barricade. Alba scratched at the inside of her forearm. She must have brushed up against oak or ivy. The second she touched it, her skin started to burn. Then the world went out like a snuffed candle. There was no fall, no lurch. She was simply elsewhere, all at once, standing in a long stone hall she had never seen. Candles flickered by the 100, and there was real glass in the windows with only blackness beyond. The fire in the hearth was big enough to roast an ox, and the men around the central wooden table wore wool dyed richer than any lord of her valley could buy. Big men, scarred, captains, with the Red Cross of England on their breasts, all of them angled away from the figure at the table's head, no one looking directly at her. Her. The woman was beautiful, ivory pale with dark hair held up off a smooth face, gowned in a deep dusky blue. She inspected a map weighted with daggers, drumming her white fingers on the wood. 1, 2, 3, 4. Idle as a cat's tail. The rhythm. It ignited the itch in her forearm like a cord ran between her and the woman, tugged with every finger tap.
Assures me the Loire will be closed by Martinmas.
One of the captains, who looked as if built from English timbers, spoke.
My Lord of Bedford asks, that is, the council of the young king asks.
The boy king asks nothing. He is 6. The woman's voice was low. It moved through the room like cold air along the floor.
Bedford asks, and you may tell Bedford the answer is the same.
He may have his France, every field, every ford, every squabbling bishop of it. My price stands. My people go where they please, feed where they please, and hold what they take. And there is one thing in this country that is mine alone, wherever it is found. The wars of men I leave to men, but... The white fingers stopped drumming. The woman looked up. Her hand closed around empty air as if she were taking a cup from a servant, and Alba yanked forward. She had no body in this place, and yet she was moving. The woman's chin lifted, her eyes the color of the hall's dark glass. "There you are," the woman whispered, and Alba pushed back, trying to escape her tether. She started to scream, but a hand clamped over her mouth, and then she was back in the old mill. It was Papa's hand, smelling of rope and spear haft, with his mouth at her ear, murmuring, "Not one sound." Alba came back to herself like she was breaking through water, chest heaving against his arm, her forearm burning cold in a line from wrist to elbow. Boots. Voices. There were men outside. Close.
"Tell you what I saw is all."
The voice was English. He sounded young.
"On the tower at Avai. Stood next to it the whole watch. It didn't breathe, Hal, all night. I counted." "You counted a man not breathing all night? While on watch?"
An older voice,
flat with exhaustion.
The younger man blustered as their boots crunched along the road.
"That's all I'm saying. They feed us, they find the fords, they clear the... Fine. But nobody tells us what the pay is, do they? Armies pay in coin or in leave to plunder, and this lot takes neither, so what I want to know is what they..."
The boots moved on, the voices fading. Nobody moved. Alba lay against her father's shoulder, the face of the woman in dusk blue still painted in her mind's eye. What had she seen? Was it real? Or was she so tired she was dropping into nightmares?
"They're past."
Papa relaxed his grip at last, hunting for their belongings with the thin shard of sunlight coming from the door.
"That's the last grace we'll be given, and we'll not waste it. We go now. We go fast. We keep that channel south."
The door ripped outward, blinding them with sunlight. Alba flinched back, her hand flying up to cover her eyes.
"Well,"
a man's voice.
"over 1,000 years of practice, and Teo's still napping on the job."
Chapter 5. There were 4 of them. 3 male, 1 female. They were masked, their skin covered with dark fabric, but it was easy to tell they weren't normal now that Alba knew what to look for. It was the way they moved. Every muscle twitch was faster than humans, more graceful. Like the man on the floor, Teo, they'd called him, it took only 2 of them to lift Teo like a felled tree. A blonde woman with crimson lips under one arm, a giant with handsome features and hair that fell to his shoulders under the other. Teo's boots dragged and left 2 furrows through the dust on the mill floor. When they were stable, supporting his weight, the vampires stripped their masks and head coverings, turning to Papa.
"Guardian venom,"
the woman hissed.
"Clementine."
The man with sandy hair standing clear of their trio shook his head, but her expression only hardened.
"Etienne,"
Clementine said almost mockingly. Her amber eyes flicked from Papa to Alba, still huddled by the wall.
"Teo ferries your family over the water, and this is how you repay him. Leave him flat on his face for any English dog to find."
1,000 years, and we never once raised a hand to your kin. A slow blink. You understand we let you live in hiding? Her father's eyes widened, and Alba's heart threatened to beat through her chest. They knew of this secret? They knew of her family?
"He'll wake by sunset."
The long-haired man reached over to tuck Teo's ruined wing like he was straightening a blanket.
"And the ones hunting you will not wait for dusk. So,"
Papa grunted.
"We're not going anywhere with—"
"You misunderstand," Clementine purred. "The scout that fled knows your daughter's scent. Every road out of this valley will be swarming by nightfall. We fly in the shadows, and we aren't leaving his charge behind to be harvested." Clementine and her partner took a step toward the door. "You may walk, madam, monsieur, or you may be carried. Those are the choices remaining." They didn't argue. Papa gave Alba an extra prick from the thorn before they left the mill. He didn't explain it to the vampires, though they didn't seem all that interested or concerned. They waited at the door, looking almost bored. Alba got the feeling they knew more about her family traditions than she did. "How long does it work?" she asked, thinking of the sting each week. Her father shrugged.
"We don't know exactly. We are cautious."
"So the creature from before..." Papa's lips drew into a line.
"Did he see your face?"
Alba didn't have to answer for him to see the truth of it. He pricked himself, then replaced the thorn and vial into his satchel.
"This will help. This will help."
None of them spoke as they traveled, following the quartet of vampires. Teo stretched between them through the shadows. When there was no shade to be found, they wrapped themselves, leaving Teo exposed. Even in sleep, his skin didn't react to the light.
"Where are they taking us?"
Alba whispered to her mother when she hoped nobody else could hear. Her mother shook her head, her eyes trained forward. They were being taken against their will. Just as Papa said, taken as slaves. When the vampires finally stopped for them to relieve themselves in the bushes and have a meal, Teo woke. It was dusk, and they'd laid him on a bed of mulch and grass.
"He rises."
The second male vampire leaned against a tree trunk, waiting for Alba and her parents to eat the bread and cheese one of them had stolen from the village they passed. The vampires laughed, though Alba didn't get the joke. She couldn't help but wonder if they needed to eat, if they would ask for their blood. Was it true? That they'd been created for vampires? That their blood sustained them? The thought made her shiver.
"Lie still."
Etienne crouched next to Teo with clinical interest.
"You look worse than Lazarus."
Alba's eyes widened at hearing a Bible reference from a vampire's mouth, and it sent her mind running. Had they lived as humans before they returned? Did they have full lives? One of them said Teo was over 1,000 years old. What had they seen in all that time? She'd never fielded so many internal questions in all her life. Torturous, since she didn't feel safe to ask them.
"How long?"
Teo's voice was raw.
"Most of the day?"
Etienne cracked his neck.
"We carried you?"
"We?" Clementine arched a brow. Teo's eyes went to Alba first, swept her head to heel, cataloguing her whole and unhurt before surveying the rest of the scene. Her insides flipped. "The farmer poisoned you," Clementine said from the window, in the tone of a woman explaining the weather. "In your throat, like they used to. After, you carried them over the river, which I noted."
"I know where he poisoned me, Clementine. I was present."
They sounded like siblings, or... Alba's jaw clenched. Were they lovers? Did vampires have partners or mates? Were they able to have children, or was the only way to create new vampire life by biting? Clementine snorted. "Well, you were horizontal on wooden slats when we arrived, so forgive me for the assumption." Alba sat between her parents, holding a chunk of bread. The feelings a sensible girl should be having, like fear, horror, or shame, were nowhere to be found. What she felt instead was fascination. She'd been raised knowing that she should stay far away from monsters, but nobody mentioned how human they would seem. She could have watched them for a year. Teo got his feet under him and swayed. 4 hands shot out, but he repelled them with a look and turned to her father.
"Give me the vial."
Papa scoffed.
"It isn't mine to give. It's nearly dark. We must fly, and I don't trust. We walk."
Papa set his jaw. Alba couldn't believe his stubbornness in the face of a creature that could snuff him out like a candle. Her eyes narrowed. How was he so calm?
"You walk."
Teo nodded once, looking down at his hands.
"In a country where every road closes by nightfall, and you will enjoy perhaps 4 miles of it before something with better night eyes than yours finds a guardian family strolling in the open. And then, monsieur, you will learn the difference between my kind's courtesy and the other kind's." He looked up, his eyes blazing. "Or you fly."
Papa put up a good fight, including a push for the 3 of them to leave the vampires and go it alone now that they were far from the village. But Teo barely let him finish his argument before catching him by the throat. Alba didn't hear what he said after that, but there was no more discussion. When Papa stumbled back to her, his eyes were wild. He wouldn't meet her gaze. They flew. The 3 of them carried bodily across the night sky of France. Alba was passed between carriers like a parcel. They landed at the first lightening of the sky and walked the rest of the way in the morning. Etienne attached himself to Maman, asking her endless questions about food, bread specifically, then roulette, then whether she salted her pot before or after the beans went in, and why, and whether her mother had done differently, and what green walnuts needed besides honey. He took her answers the way Père Colin took confession. "You can't even eat it," Alba muttered, then realized her father wasn't walking next to her. Teo was.
"He can barely taste, but participates anyway."
Teo watched her through his eyelashes. After a moment, he asked,
"Why do you care?"
Where was Papa? He'd been prowling like a guard dog for hours, and now... Alba gawked. Papa was talking to Clementine, and she was laughing? Alba cleared her throat. I don't...
You watch us like a hawk circling a mouse.
Perhaps others should be watching as carefully. You're mistaken.
I'm not the hawk. I'm the mouse.
The scene of the vampire on the road lunging, hovering over her with his grotesque expression, still haunted her mind. At any moment, one of these creatures could turn on her or her parents. Why hadn't they already?
Etienne was a cook at a great house before. Some men lose faith when they turn. He kept his.
Teo's words couldn't have shocked her more if they'd punched into her stomach.
That's Paul.
He pointed at the dark-haired vampire ahead of them, then to the one with long hair.
And Florent.
He was acting as if they were a band of friends rather than forced captives, and she was starting to itch again. Alba scratched at her arm. I don't need names. Teo ignored her, introducing her to Florent and Clementine. Florent kept to himself on the road and moved through the coven's easy chatter like a pike through minnows, parting it, silencing it, but never joining in. He seemed to both love and disdain Teo, always shooting him furtive glances. Yet the coven treated him with a gentleness they extended to no one else, and he took it as an insult. He reminded her of the boy Javiette kissed in the early summer. He was pitiable, nervous and strange. She'd let him kiss her because she couldn't bear the thought of making him cry. Twice, Alba looked up to find Florent's eyes on her. Not hungry, measuring. And both times he let her catch him at it, unbothered.
You've already met Clementine?
Teo had completely ignored her protestations and was still making introductions. Clementine was the tallest woman Alba had ever seen, built like the figures carved on church doors with amber eyes that shimmered like a cat's. She was glorious and terrifying. Kind to Mama and patient with Papa, even when she was neither of those things with her own kind. Alba hated her. Her temperature rose every time Clementine drifted to Teo's side. She said things to him in languages Alba didn't know, and received a ghost of a smile from him for her efforts.
And you?
Teo's voice was soft.
You call yourself Alba?
Very observant. Alba couldn't stand here, pretending this was a normal conversation to be having. She hurried ahead before Teo could respond and tugged on her father's arm. He stopped mid-sentence.
Alba.
Why are we here? She hissed. We're far enough from the village. We can go on with our own plan. Ah, you have a plan. Clementine wet her lips. Anger welled in Alba like a rising tide. Not one that includes you. She pulled her father aside, her fingers tingling. We shouldn't be here. Her father opened his mouth to speak, but she rushed on. Darkness is falling, and yet we're traipsing through the countryside. With vampires? Had her parents gone mad? Less than a day prior, they'd told her of a magical heritage that she still didn't understand, but most importantly, that nobody, especially not the Nosferatu, could know their secret. Papa dropped his hands on her shoulders and shook. Alba, we don't have a choice. In the dark, they will hear if someone approaches. We have no other options. We must allow them to keep us safe. He lowered his voice. Even if it's a dangerous... She swept his arms away. Listen to yourself. Do you remember what you told me? That our people were slaves, and here you go allowing them to lead you like a lamb into their lair. She shuffled back, sickened. This was not her father. And her mother? She stood there mute. What is wrong with the two of you? You would never... Alba sucked in a breath. What was wrong with them? Since Teo's private conversation with her father, they'd been not only compliant, but cordial. What have you done to them? She shot a glare at Teo. Is this what Père Colin warned about? You've slipped into their minds? I've slipped into nobody's mind, Teo growled. Your people live free because of me, because of them. He pointed at his friends, and his wings cracked loose at the shoulder, flaring a hand's width and snapping back. His throat worked around words he kept swallowing. Finally, he continued.
The night your people ran and scattered, I was there. We were there. So believe what you wish to believe, but I won't make a slave of any of you."
The group stood in silence, the only sound another crack of Teo's wings. Mamma spoke first.
"That is not the tale?"
Teo scoffed.
"No, I imagine it isn't. The tale is a light bearer?"
Mamma's hands lifted to her collar where her thumb-worn gold medal of Solane hung.
"The prophesied one? The guardian who was sent to bind? It was her, not any Nosferatu, who set our people free with their oaths." "I didn't say it was me alone," he snapped. "But I was left to the task.
He ground his teeth, whirling. His hands clenched at his sides. The silence stretched until Alba couldn't stand it any longer.
"Who was she?"
Teo's shoulders dropped an inch, his head dipping.
"Someone I knew."
After a moment, he turned back to face them. He opened his mouth to speak, then stopped, frowning at her.
"What are you doing?"
Alba froze. "I'm not—" He was suddenly in front of her, his hand closing around her wrist.
"How long has it been like that?"
"It's only a tear, from the hedge. It healed." Alba began to tremble. He turned her arm over and pushed the sleeve back. In the flat, grey light, the marks were faint as watermarks in paper. A line of them, riding up the white inside of her forearm from wrist toward elbow, following the old vanished scar the way ivy follows a seam in stone. Links. That was the word her mind supplied. Small oblong shadows under the skin, each joined to the next, twisted, a half-turn, like links of a chain. The cold channel behind her ribs hummed like a struck post. What is it? She'd had plenty of scratches before, but never had they left a mark. Teo's thumb moved once over the links, feather-light, then dropped lower to the bare skin over her pulse.
"It is nothing."
Papa leaned in, but Teo pulled her in, crushing her against his side.
"We have no more time to waste. Don't touch her. You—"
Alba gasped as Teo shot from the ground, taking her with him. Chapter 6. Teo lowered his lips to her ear as they flew.
"I know none of this makes sense, but it will, once you remember."
Alba fought against him, not thinking about what would happen if she dropped.
"Remember what?" "Your past life."
Alba scoffed. Guardians were made to satisfy the vampire's bloodlust. That's what her parents had said. Was that what he wanted, then? Her to remember that she was his slave?
"I'd rather not." "If you'll let me feed—"
"You will not touch me!" She fought harder against his grip.
"You will remember it. Your life before, I'm sure of it. If you'll only—"
"No! Whatever you've done to my parents is one thing, but I won't let you put these thoughts in my head." Teo growled in frustration, and they flew the rest of the way in silence. They finally landed in a village of caves. She could not have found it with a map and a lantern. It was a seam in the white cliff behind a curtain of ivy and old man's beard, and inside, room after room cut back into the soft pale stone. Alba's ears ached from the wind and chill. She held her hands over them as he let her in. The coven's furnishing looked temporary. Bedrolls, not beds. Chests that doubled as benches, roped for carrying. A tapestry of garden birds hung on pegs that could be pulled in a breath. Her father's complaints echoed down the stone hall, and Alba turned to see the others hustling after them. Seemed her father had consented to flying after all, though it wasn't really a choice. Etienne sauntered past them, entering the widest chamber, and got a fire going in a blackened hollow. What he did next, Alba would remember through everything that came after. He cooked. Ferociously, joyfully. Produced from the cart's clutter a hoard he had clearly been assembling across 3 days of raided gardens and abandoned larders. A fowl, leeks, wine, a heel of proper cheese, and walnuts. He fed the 3 of them at a plank table with glittering happiness. He hovered, narrated. He watched every bite go into Maman's mouth with his gray eyes shining, and when she closed her eyes over the fowl and hummed her appreciation, Etienne turned away and busied himself with the fire.
"He'll feed you till you split," Paul said, draped over a bench against the wall.
Teo sat hunched over his knees in the shadows, and Clementine sat near him with her knees drawn up like a girl. Alba watched her murmur something to him over the rim of her cup. She hated her again. The shame curled through her like smoke. The inside of her arm made her want to claw her flesh from bone. It made sleep impossible even when she lay next to her parents in a dark inner chamber on a bedroll that smelled of lavender. Her father's snoring was blessedly ordinary, and the sound of the river beyond the stone made her want to weep. She closed her eyes, her body a plank, and tried to will her mind to shut off. That was when she heard it. Not a sound, it was a call with no voice, thin and silver and cold, rising up through the stone floor. Her arm stopped itching. Behind her ribs, something tugged. Alba lay rigid for 10 heartbeats, and then she was up, silent on bare feet, past her sleeping parents and through the chamber where the tapestry birds flew. The pull took her through the dark caves like a current takes a leaf. She made it to the pale seam of the entrance where the ivy stirred against the coming dawn, and... Not that way. The pull snapped like a wet thread. Alba came back into her body all at once, freezing, barefoot, her heart pounding like a trapped rabbit. I wasn't... she began, and stopped, because she had no idea what she was or wasn't doing. I know. Teo stepped from the shadows and motioned for her to follow. He led her back to the chamber and pointed. Sit, by what's left of the fire. You've gone grey as the stone. She sat, but not because he said to. The warmth from the embers was too lovely to ignore. Teo crouched at the hearth hollow and rustled the coals. When flames shot up, he added a log for it to catch. It called you? His voice was low, his head still turned away from her. She didn't answer. How did he know anything about her? Did vampires have the power to slink into her head and see her thoughts? That would explain the dreams, at least. He sat back against the chest opposite her, forearms on his knees. Ask. Ask what? You're stubborn, not stupid. Alba pursed her lips. She didn't want answers from him, but she was curious what tales he'd spin next. You'll answer? Something shuddered in his eyes. I've spent nearly an entire day not telling you what I wish, and I find I can't. A muscle jumped in his jaw. It has been a long wait. I'm asking for your questions because the smell of your blood is driving me to madness. I'll take whatever slop you're willing to give. Alba took in his trembling hands, the wildness in his eyes. You're frightening me. No, I'm not. I'm protecting you. He stared, his fists clenched and chest heaving. Ask. Alba swallowed the lump in her throat. She should talk with her parents, but the way he looked at her... What are guardians? Her parents had told her pieces, but she'd barely taken it in. What would she do if Teo told her a completely different version of events? Teo blew out a ragged breath, shifting on the floor. Do you know of the gods? Alba frowned, trying to remember what her parents had told her. Had they mentioned deity? From the Bible? Teo shook his head. In the beginning there was Solane, the goddess of light, and Lesombre, the shadow. Not enemies like your church would tell you. Everything a war of heaven and hell. They were two halves of one balance with a quarrel. The shadow looked at men, at their dying, their small candle flicker lives, and out of what he swore was mercy, made a gift no one had asked him for. Deathlessness. He poured his shadow into them and made them undying. Nosferatu, Alba whispered. Teo's eyes darkened. Everything else that we are came with immortality, the thirst, the burning sun. He imposed it and called it a blessing. That is the curse we shoulder. It felt as if a stone had been dropped on her chest. You didn't choose this. The question was silly. It was like asking if a baby had asked to be born. But she'd never thought about where vampires came from. They just were. You were there, in the beginning? She asked, transfixed. No. Teo gave a bitter laugh. No, I was a man once. He ran a hand over his jaw, his eyes drifting. Alba imagined him then, softer, less awe-inspiring, working in the fields or unbuttoning his shirt before bed. The image, even though it was only in her head, took her breath away. After a moment, he cleared his throat, every muscle in his body straining. Selene answered the shadow's gift, but she didn't make her answer a weapon. His eyes rested on her. A bloodline, wholly human, born and dying like any, but carrying her light in their blood. Blood that could sustain the cursed without death, feed the thirst, heal, strengthen, stand in the gap between shadow and man. New balance made flesh. Alba stared at him, his words sinking into her like rain. This was what her parents had told her. He was telling the truth, but hearing it from him felt different. So, you drink my blood? Teo's eyes seemed to liquefy, melting in the amber glow. I could, yes. And I wouldn't die. You wouldn't. But humans. Teo nodded. The second we bite, their blood begins to curdle. We aren't wasteful. So they die even if you don't drink? Yes, he snapped. Alba wet her lips, moving so the cold side of her body faced the fire. But guardians no longer serve vampires. That part she remembered clearly from her parents' brief explanation. So... She didn't want to say it out loud. She was sickened by the idea of Teo drinking a human's blood, leaving them dead on the road. We do what we must. Alba's mouth turned sour. And what of the prophesied guardian? My mother said she was the reason we are free. Teo's fingers fidgeted. She is. When the earth sighs with shadow, she shall rise, born of light eternal, marked by dawn that never sets. Her blood shall flow as the river binds the forest and the mountain, uniting what was severed. Light and darkness bound as one, blood to blood in death, blood to lips in life. To seal the light, the darkness must know itself. To seal the dark, the light must submit. What is that? His eyes burned through her. The prophecy, the end of our curse. Alba frowned. But you're still cursed, and if she already lived, she still lives. He leaned forward, looking as if he might reach for her hand again, then folded his arms over his chest. Guardians are reborn. So what happened to her? She died and is lost, waiting for a new life? Alba, let me feed, please. You search for answers, and I will give them. He reached for her, his face twisted in agony. Don't touch me! She pulled back, wrapping her arms around her. He was tempting her, convincing her. Once he had her in his clutches, who knew what would happen to her head? Alba, please. Stop! You told me to ask and I asked. Do not think that endears you to me. Teo pushed up from the floor, lashing out and slamming his hand against the stone. Yes, she died. And you're what? Hoping to find her again when she's reborn? Hoping to break your curse? Her voice rose in pitch. She felt equal parts anger and guilt. This wasn't his choice, and if she were cursed to feed on humans and live in darkness forever, then... Alba blinked. Teo was cursed, yes, but he wasn't bound to live in darkness. He walked freely in the sun. Why are you different? He gasped a laugh. I'm not. You are. You do what the others cannot, and you protected us. Teo paced across the floor like a feral cat. I protect all guardians. You walk in the sunlight. Teo paused, his jaw tight. I think that's enough for tonight. Alba scoffed, rising. You told me to ask questions, and now I said that's enough. Why do you walk in sunlight? Why do you ask if I dream and notice my skin? Alba held out her arm, but before she could lift her sleeve, Teo was there, one hand on her back, pressing her body to his. "Please, stop." His voice was a hoarse whisper. "It's more than I can take. I will not violate you. I won't take without your permission. But this is beyond what I can bear." Alba gasped against his grip. She should have pulled away, but his proximity didn't frighten her. It was as if his touch had struck a match, lighting her up. "Please, Theo, tell me the truth. My whole life I've sat back and watched, too afraid to ask. And if I have to be patient a second longer for answers, I'm going to—" "Because you asked me to bond you," Theo scraped out. "Our souls are bound, connected through time, Aurelia. Alba, I'm sorry. You've used both names." He flipped her in his arms, her back against his chest, and lifted his arm and tore his shirt sleeve back with his teeth. "I bear the same mark, the one that's appearing on your flesh." Alba stared at the symbol. Half light, half dark. That wasn't what her marks looked like. Theo turned her back to face him, hissing through his teeth. "I asked you not to go. I begged. I love you. I need—" A hand appeared over Theo's shoulder, and Alba lunged the second she recognized what it held. "No!" She pushed Theo away, knocking her father back. He stumbled, the thorn dropping from his hand. "Alba!" He swore under his breath, catching his balance. "He had you in his clutches." She fought for breath, working to tamp out the heat in her middle. "He was answering my questions." "To hell with his answers!" Her father hunted for the thorn, fumbling over the stone on his hands and knees. "What is going on?" Mama appeared in the doorway, her hair standing on end. Clementine appeared next to her, looking like a goddess. "Yes, did I miss an invitation?" Alba ignored them all, her eyes fixed on Theo. "What did you do to me?" His face crumpled. "Nothing. Ever. That is rather the point. I have only ever done what you asked of me." She turned to her parents. "Is what he says the truth? Am I the one? The prophesied guardian?" Alba's breath came in quick bursts. Her father stilled on the floor and her mother's eyes grew wide. "Why would you ask that?" Mama whispered. "Why do you suppose?" Papa rose. "He's filling her head with lies." Alba's stomach twisted. She looked between Theo and her parents, not sure whom to believe. Theo had spoken pieces of the truth, the same story her parents had told. But saying they were bonded? Love? Mama shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Mama?" She turned her back, her hand covering her mouth. Alba rushed forward, dropping a hand on her shoulder. "Mama, what is it?" She shook her head, her body beginning to shake. "All your life, I prayed I was wrong." "You are wrong," Papa growled. "There's no reason to believe Alba is anything but—" Mama whirled. "She was born on the longest day of the year. And her strength, how do you explain that?" Papa waved her off. "All guardians have strength." "She bears the mark." Theo again exposed his forearm. Clementine pounced like a cat, ripping up Alba's sleeve to look for herself. It seemed Theo hadn't shared his theory with anyone, including his coven. "It's no more than a smudge. It could be any bond." "It's my mark," Theo snapped, and every voice raised against him. This was not right. They were full of fear and anger, and an army was already spreading that across the countryside. "Stop!" Alba shouted and threw out her hands. The room went silent, all eyes on her. She caught her breath and straightened her shirt. "You think I'm her? Sent back? Born again? Whatever the word is for it. Everyone in my life has decided what I am except me. So I want proof, Theo. Not a story, proof. Something that cannot be argued with, or I will go on with my parents and hide with the other guardians." Theo's lips flattened. "The mark is proof enough." Alba shook her head. Clementine was right. It was only a smudge, like an old bruise. Theo considered, his jaw working. "Fine, but you're not going to like it." He met her gaze, daring her to retract her request. "You must let one of us drink." Alba threw out her hands. Again with the feeding.
Not me, Teo snapped. Your blood does what no other blood under heaven is capable of. It lets my kind stand in the sun. No one will touch her. Her father stalked forward, brandishing the thorn. Teo looked bored by his threat. Your daughter has the choice. He pushed off the wall. I already walk in sunlight, which should be proof enough that her power runs through me and... Teo kept talking, but the buzz in Alba's ears drowned him out. She'd asked why he was different. This bond he cited. Could it be real? Her power? Her bond? It was too fantastical to believe. So, which of them will it be? Teo stopped next to Clementine and the other vampires who had somehow managed to crowd the doorway in the last 30 seconds. What? Alba blinked. Whom will you allow to drink? Clementine grinned, her ruby red lips parting over glaring teeth. Alba's stomach dropped. He was asking her to choose? One of the three would drop their lips to her flesh, pierce her with sharp teeth, and taste her blood? I'll do it. Florent grinned, sauntering forward, but Teo shoved him against the stone. Not him. Teo bore his fangs, and Alba sucked in a breath. He'd cracked the stone with his strength. Power and rage rippled around him, and the force of it was both terrifying and intoxicating. You choose, then. Alba shifted on her feet. She didn't dare incite another reaction out of him. See? Florent laughed, brushing off his coat. Now you've frightened her. Teo looked as if he might send Florent through the wall, until he turned and saw Alba's expression. His face went slack. I'm not. I would never. Just choose, Alba snapped. Her heart was going to stop if she didn't get this over with. Would it hurt? She'd just seen Teo's fangs, and they were needle-sharp. She thought of the scythe slicing through her hand. Would it feel like that? Alba, her father pleaded, but didn't offer another solution. She gave him a look. He may not believe that she was anything more than a guardian, but at least that meant she wouldn't die from a vampire bite. If it can't be me, I don't give a damn. Teo hunched his shoulders, glowering. Are you certain? Clementine motioned to Florent, licking her lips, and Teo's brows lowered. Clementine's taunt and Teo's reaction tempted Alba, made her feel powerful. How far could she push? She swallowed hard. Then Florent it is. Clementine's eyes lit up. Oh, I like her, Teo. Teo hissed air through his teeth. Get on with it. Alba regretted her decision the second Florent walked closer. His smug smile and slow prowl made her stomach turn. He stopped in front of her. Shall we do this publicly, or... He pushed a lock of her hair back from her face, tucking it behind her ear. In private? There was a sudden commotion behind him, and Alba jumped. But when she leaned to look past Florent's shoulder, she could only see Clementine. Where had Teo gone? Here is fine, she said, her pulse thundering. Florent's pupils blew wide, his lips flushing. Hurry up, Wren, Clementine hissed. Paul and Etienne can only hold him for so long. Florent's eyes sparkled in the glow of the fire. His hand rose, cupping her face. He tilted it to the side, exposing her neck. Shh, little lamb. This won't hurt a bit. Chapter 7. Florent drank like a man who remembered famine. Careful, yet desperate. There was the sting of his bite, then the slow rush in her veins, and the pull. It wasn't cold like the thread inside her. This ran hot, aching and strange. And with it came the certain knowledge that she could stop it. Any heartbeat she chose, she could close the door. The control and power were exhilarating, just as the sound of his lips and tongue smacking against her made her sick. Florent shuddered like a struck bell and wrenched himself back, stumbling to the far wall, chest heaving. Her hand flew to her neck, but the wounds were already closing. There was only a slick of blood left on her skin. Teo appeared in the doorway with Etienne and Paul at his sides. His hair was mussed, his eyes dark.
Florent, on the other hand, practically glowed.
To the mouth of the cave, Teo snarled. The sun's up.
Alba was heady as she walked, and had to steady herself with a hand on the wall. She half expected to see visions, but there was nothing yet. Hadn't Teo said she'd remember her past life if he fed? Her father wouldn't look at her. They plodded to the ivy curtain like they were heading to the gallows. Florent pushed ahead, rushing into the light and gasping with delight when it hit his hand.
Oh, gods!
He let out a strangled cry and stumbled out, turning his face to the risen sun. The morning light poured down on him without causing any harm.
It's glorious! Teo, you bastard! How dare you keep this for yourself?
He spun, throwing out his hands, spinning like a child. Teo glared.
It will fade by dusk.
When he turned to Alba, his face was made of stone.
Is that proof enough?
Tears slipped down Mamma's cheeks, and Papa had the same look he'd had in the village, watching their neighbors' houses burn to the ground.
No.
Papa stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve.
It proves nothing. Guardian blood is guardian blood. Maybe any of us puts a monster in the sun. You'll not hang my daughter's fate on half a test.
He thrust his bare wrist at the coven.
Papa!
Alba rushed toward him, but he put out a hand to stop her.
Drink from me. Proves that my blood doesn't do the same.
Mamma worried her lower lip, twisting the fabric of her shirt between her thumb and forefinger. Etienne found something fascinating in the bark of a tree, and Clementine studied the clouds. Florent, still glowing and exhilarated, looked like he might offer to go twice.
Paul, said Teo.
Paul's eyes fluttered. He looked as if he might argue, then nodded once and crossed the path. He stopped in front of Papa.
With your permission.
Papa stared ahead, teeth gritted as Paul lifted his wrist and lowered his mouth. Papa breathed like a man about to have a tooth drawn, his face stoic, and Paul began to drink. Alba couldn't watch. Not because she was worried for her father, but because it felt too intimate, too close. She could still feel Florent's lips on her skin, his hand on her waist. 10 heartbeats. Then Paul lifted his head and pressed his thumb to the wounds. Papa ripped his arm away.
Get in the sun.
Paul obeyed, walking to the edge of the shadows. He drew a breath, then jutted out his hand into the sunlight, snatching it back just as quickly with a hiss. A thin curl of smoke rose off his knuckles, the same sickly sweet smell permeating the air. His skin had already begun to blister.
Never let it be said I don't suffer for this family,
Paul quipped, wringing his hand. Papa looked as if someone had slapped him, rolling his sleeve back down over the closing marks.
Satisfied?
Teo's nostrils flared. Papa looked up at Alba, his eyes red-rimmed and wet. He had the proof he needed, not what he wanted. Could this be true? Could she be the guardian prophesied? The weight of it threatened to crush her. She wanted to tear at the collar of her blouse, scratch the skin of her arm until the marks disappeared, and there was no way to tell her from any other guardian, or woman for that matter. But as they walked back through the ivy, Alba couldn't stay silent. When Teo moved close enough, she whispered, I do dream. Teo's head lifted. Not of... Her face went hot, but she pushed past the obvious hope in his eyes. I dreamed of a beautiful woman. One of you, I think. But it wasn't here. It was a stone hall with glass in the windows and a fire big enough for an ox. There were English captains around a table, and at its head was a woman in blue. They couldn't look straight at her. She drummed her fingers, and I felt it here. Her hand closed over her forearm. Teo stood absolutely still.
Helena.
What?
She was one of yours, not of mine, until the end.
Teo reached for her, turning her back to the chambers.
Your family thinks the danger is equal. Guardians hunted alike. But they're wrong.
Teo! Florent called after them. Teo, what? Teo gripped her arm.
Helena doesn't want guardians, Alba. Helena wants you.
Alba sat on a bench, running her fingers over the links beneath her skin. That's what this was. Another bond, Teo said. With Helena. He wasn't sure until she told him about the dreams. He said something about a vampire that held them both captive, who'd forced a bond with her when he discovered what she was. Helena was a guardian, and she killed their keeper along with most of the others in his court. She closed her eyes and forced a breath. How could this be true? How could she be thrown into the middle of a story she'd never heard before? One she apparently had a large part in starting.
So we run deeper, Papa argued. We find our people and dig the deepest hole.
There is not a hole deep enough. Teo spread his hands flat on the plank table. Why do you think the English armies are here? Helena has her scent just as I do. Wherever Alba goes, Helena's eyes follow. The only sound plan is an ending. We keep Alba from Helena's reach, and we find the way to destroy her.
Destroy her?
Papa's laugh had no floor in it.
You told my daughter yourself. Iron, fire, water, prayer. 1,000 years of trying. You cannot kill Nosferatu.
No, Mama said. She hadn't spoken since they'd returned to the chamber, and all eyes turned to her. You can't kill them? Except... Clementine's amber eyes narrowed. Florent, still pink and flushed, leaned in.
With the relic. It doesn't wound or banish. It vanquishes darkness. Some say it is a dagger, but the most compelling story is of a sword.
A church. Alba's memory flared to life. A church, and a sword under the altar. Her hands, digging.
We know of it, Florent said, but good luck finding it.
Teo shook his head.
She's been looking. That's why she sent men to France.
Alba chewed on her lower lip. The hunt and the war. Her father looked up. She hadn't realized she'd spoken out loud. That's what this is, isn't it? Alba looked around the room. She's hunting for the sword, and for me. If she finds either or both, the war ends.
Not necessarily.
Clementine stretched her arms over her head. There are humans in the mix. The king won't give up the possibility of land and control, and I doubt she's told him the real reason for her generous support.
Then we make sure she gets neither.
Alba sat straight, her blood rushing. Could she trust the images she saw in her head? What if she was wrong? On the other hand, what if she was right? What if her desires for adventure, the images in her head, the need for something more were all leading her exactly where she needed to be? Just the thought made her eyes burn. Alba swallowed the lump in her throat. I may know where we can find the sword. Chapter 8. They left the caves at first light, and the day was so fine it felt like a trick. They didn't know quite where they were headed, but based on the description of the church, Teo had an idea of its location. Alba and her parents walked in the open lane while the vampires threaded through the shade beside it, cloaked and hooded. Teo alone walked in the light ahead of them, and Alba couldn't stop staring. His movements were too smooth, too perfect. She was like a bird perched above a sparkling treasure. Even when her mother tried to talk with her, she could barely focus. Bond? Love? Was it possible? Could she have loved a vampire in a past life, or were the feelings all his? Had she asked him to bond her out of true connection, or had she been trying to save her own life? Clementine vaulted the wall and then turned and offered Papa a hand. Instead of flinching, he took it. By mid-morning, they were walking together again. By noon, they were talking like old chums.
But a palisade's no use if you set it after it rains, Papa was saying. Ground's soft. A big boar goes through the green stakes like straw.
We had the same trouble with the Northmen, Clementine said.
Ha! Papa gave a bark of pure delight. The Northmen? Tell me about the river again.
Perrin, Mama snapped, from 3 paces back.
Your daughter has a stone in her shoe. She's of age. She can mind her own shoe.
Mamma's lips vanished entirely. She dropped back beside Etienne, who had been shadowing her all morning, asking about the correct fat for frying blood sausage, and began murmuring the psalm about the deceitfulness of strangers.
Your mother is jealous.
Teo fell into stride beside Alba. Well, look at her. Alba didn't know what to think. On one hand, she wanted to laugh. On the other, she wanted to snatch her father's walking stick and smack him over the head with it. Clementine collects men who amuse her, especially the honest ones. My father is that. She tried not to show she was inspecting Teo, but any time she could, Alba snuck glances. It was strange. Sometimes he seemed desperate and angry, and then there were moments like this when he was completely controlled. Behind them, Etienne launched into a memorized psalm of his own, and Alba's mother nearly fell over from shock. Teo chuckled. His Latin is better than any priest's. Did you know? Please, stop, Alba sighed. Teo had a comment for everything, a history for all of them. Stop what? She kicked a pebble up the path. You know Latin. You know the entire history of France. The marks on my arm. You swear you know me when I barely know your first name. When she barely knew herself. Teo frowned. I've lived for over 1,000 years, I'm well aware. But do you understand what it's like, having your life narrated when you have no recollection? She pursed her lips, hoping she didn't have to spell it out. Stupid. That was the best word for it. He walked in silence for a moment. Tell me something I don't know, then. What? I'll wait. She looked at him sideways. He watched the road, his hands loose, a curl at the edge of his lips. Alba cursed under her breath and walked faster. They took cover in an abandoned farm above the village. A grange, Papa called it. Good walls, one door, a loft with a ladder that could be pulled up. Whoever had worked it was gone the same way as half of France. Mamma righted an overturned bench, then opened her pack to find the ashpot. She lay her grey line with the vampires watching, curiously. You know that doesn't work, yes? Clementine draped herself over a kitchen chair, her hair flowing over her shoulders. Mamma ignored her. Etienne came back an hour after full dark with a sack full of food and news. Alba could barely focus on what he said with the smell of warm bread filling the room. He set the sack on the table and pulled out a loaf, a fat white cheese, sausage, wrinkled apples, and a stoppered jug. The English are coming. Etienne waited for Alba and her parents to sit at the table, then took the fourth chair. It's Orléans, Théo. Everyone north of here who can count is saying it. They mean to have the bridge at Orléans before the winter bites, and if Orléans falls, the Loire falls, Clementine finished. Alba was again at the well, watching Javiette count kingdoms on her fingers. If Orléans falls, the whole of South falls, and then there's no France at all. Etienne blew out a slow breath. And then there's nothing between them in this valley. Nothing between them and Chinon. Alba did the sums the way Papa had taught her during harvests. The English at the Loire before winter, a king who took weeks to decide his dinner, an army that would likely need months to raise if he raised it at all, and underneath it all there was the lady in blue. They didn't have months. She was no soldier, and even she could see it. They had weeks, maybe only days of open road. We'll find the sword. Right. Clementine's eyes sparkled. With a vague description of some church in a village, no need to worry. Alba hated the way she looked at Teo, like they had a history she was excluded from. Which, of course, they did. I can give more detail? She tried to say it with conviction, but her voice sounded weak. She'd dreamed of a sword, a church, just like the wings. She thought it was only her imagination. But now the wings were real. Why wouldn't this be too? Clementine nodded like she was placating a child. Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear. Teo shot her a poisonous look, and somehow that gave Alba courage. It's small. Stone, lime-washed. You said that already, Clementine murmured. Alba ignored her and closed her eyes, willing her mind to remember. The belfry leans. Not falling, just not straight. There's a yew at the gate, a big black old one, roots coming through the wall. Inside the font is cracked, and someone's bounded with an iron band. 7 steps to the altar, and the third one is shorter than the rest. She opened her eyes. The vampires looked as if they were carved out of stone. Shame flashed through her. Here she was talking about a leaning tower, old trees, and cracked stone. She'd just described half the churches in France. She might as well have said, "It has a roof and a priest." Clementine nodded seriously. "An easy task. We can call our vampire legion and search every church between here and the Loire." "You have a legion?" Papa asked. Florent rolled his eyes. "Clementine, stop toying with them." She shrugged. "Are you surprised Teo doesn't play well with others?" Clementine leaned against the door. In the low light of dusk, her eyes seemed almost gaunt. Teo sat with his forearms on his knees, ignoring her. He, too, looked a little gray, worn. And Etienne, despite his excitement over the food, looked like a shadow compared to Paul and Florent. Both of them had high color in their cheeks and bright eyes. The truth hit her in a snap. Paul and Florent had fed on their blood. She sat with her supper going heavy in her stomach. The villagers slept down that hill. Would there be a tragedy in the morning? A father torn from his bed or a girl caught as she walked through the yard for early morning chores? The idea made her sick. She scrabbled back through the dream for anything she'd missed. There's water below the church, a stream, I think. You can hear it from the yard, and the light comes in from behind the altar, straight down the nave. The whole floor goes gold, and there's a painting. Alba trailed off, her throat constricting. The panel was old, past reckoning. The paint faded and cracked. It was of a saint Alba didn't know. A girl with bare feet, a halo of light around her head. Behind her shoulder, the sky was split into light and dark, feathered wings on one side and the other. "I know it," Teo said, and Alba jumped, blinking. Had she spoken out loud? "Teo," Paul started, but then the lantern flame leaned. It was a small thing. A draft, probably. But outside the night had stopped. The ordinary racket of dark, wind, owls, the fox that had been barking, was gone. All of it. Papa reached for the boar spear. Mamma's hand found Alba's. Teo faced the door, and his wings were out. When had his wings come out? "Loft! All of them, now!" Chapter 9. The roof came apart at the north corner, thatch and beam tearing upward into the dark like a lid being peeled off. Alba couldn't see what was happening. She got the scene in pieces from the loft where Teo had thrown her family. Shapes against shapes. Too fast for her eyes. But she felt it. The mark on her arm had gone warm at the first scream of the roof, and now the whole channel stood open like a door in a gale. Teo's effort and fury rang through her, and she gasped at the cold shock of a blow landing. Her body swayed with impacts she couldn't see. They came fast and hard, and Alba searched for any indication of who and what they were fighting. Whoever they were, they couldn't kill Teo and his friends. So what were they trying to accomplish? As Teo's arm screamed in pain, she understood with sudden, cold clarity. They weren't trying to end him. They were trying to pin him. Pin the whole coven like the vampire on the pikes. They would find her. Find her parents. The cold tug came right on schedule. Far away, leagues north. Alba fought it, and as she tried to slam the door, the sense of Teo dulled. A cry of agony split the air. Teo's other arm was pulled so far back she thought he would break in two. Alba started to shake, unable to turn off the pain, the tug growing until her spine stung. She gasped, and did the only thing she could to keep from clawing at her insides. She threw the door open wide. Light flooded through her, hot and searing, pouring toward Teo's pain. He gasped and staggered as it poured into his being, and the next cry that ripped from his throat heated her blood. He tore his body back under his control, fierce and blazing, and there were no more blows to take. The battle had ended. This was an eviction. The creatures fled. Clementine flew after them, but returned not long after, empty-handed. Alba knelt in the loft with her arms wrapped around herself, drained. She shook as Mamma pulled her into her lap, stroking her hair. Her father leaned close, cursed under his breath, and flipped her arm over. Alba blinked, shocked at what had appeared on her skin. The mark Teo had shown her was fully formed. No more ink blotch. The oval sat clear and bright on her skin, half light, half dark, the golden swirl running through it, luminous and stunning. But the chains, they were dark, every twisted link etched sharp as a script under her skin.
She felt that.
Teo landed in the torn roof gap. He didn't need to explain.
She knows I'm here.
She? Mama looked between the two of them.
There is no more hiding. Not for you.
His voice was low enough that only she heard. His gaze held hers, then lifted to her parents.
Right. Well, off we go to the church.
Papa's expression told her he knew something was wrong, but he steeled himself, making for the ladder. Her heart sped, knowing what she had to do next. Helena would come. Or other vampires would. It was too risky for 3 guardians to be there, sitting in the open like guinea fowl. She couldn't hide, but they could.
No.
Alba rose. Papa, you need to go to the other guardians. Tell them what happened. Help them get out of this area. He gritted his teeth and shook his head.
Alba.
They know we live. A vampire who is far more dangerous than the ones with the English knows I live. If she's willing to send an army to flush me out, what else will she try? If I go to the Dauphine with...
You aim to travel with vampires? Alone?
He looked at her like she'd lost her sanity. Alba snapped her mouth shut. How could she explain it? She felt safe with Teo. He'd protected her thrice, and if everything he said was true, if he'd waited for her and watched for her return, what motivation would he have to hurt her? But did she know it was true? Teo stepped forward.
I want to break the curse just as you do. And you've seen the proof. She is the prophesied guardian. She will be the key to ending it and setting all of us free. I will protect her with my life.
Her father muttered something under his breath that sounded a lot like,
"What is that life worth?"
Mama grabbed his arm before he could launch into an argument. Alba was grateful for that. Her whole life they'd hovered over her, and now she understood why. But there was no way to protect her from this. If what Teo had explained about Helena was true, and she had no reason to doubt him, she had very little time. Helena had seen her in the dream, and her men were getting close. Mama swiped tears from her cheeks as she said,
"How will you find us?"
Teo revealed his private knowledge of Guardian whereabouts, and even Papa was impressed. If Alba needed further proof that Teo wasn't hoping to build a Guardian harem, that was it. In the end, after reminding them of the marks on her arm, it didn't take long to convince her parents. She encouraged them to take the last of their tinctures and not waste them on her. If Helena knew her location, her vampires would too. As Teo said, there was no more hiding for her. They left at first light. Paul carried the bundles to the stoop, and when Papa tried to take them from him, he shook his head. Mama looked up, confused.
"It appears I'm to be your chaperone."
He gave Teo a sidelong glance. Alba's eyes pricked with tears. She'd worried all night about her parents traveling alone. She nearly laughed at the idea of them being safer with a vampire at their side, but none of this was funny.
"Now look who dares travel with vampires."
Her father's face reddened, but he said nothing. That created more dread in her than anything else. If her father gave no argument to walking with a creature of the dark, how much danger did he think they were in? Alba ran to him and flung her arms around his neck. He grunted and regained his balance, then returned the embrace.
"I'm sorry, Papa." "Oh, there."
His hand was rough on the back of her head. When she pulled back, Mama lifted her worn gold chain with the symbol of Solane over her head, hung it around Alba's neck, and tucked it flat under her collar with one pat.
"She is not finished, and neither are you."
Papa looked at her for a long moment. He touched 2 rough fingers to her cheek and nodded once, then turned and began to walk. Alba stood and watched them go. 3 gray shapes walking along the hedgerow, into the low mist. Mama raised her hand once, and then the lane bent, and the mist took them. The road stood empty, but she couldn't bring herself to move.
"Enough of this."
Clementine rolled her eyes. "Let's go find our sword." Chapter 10. The Dauphine's country began across the water. According to Etienne, the church was only a 2-day honest walk up the Vienne, no distance at all as wings went. But Theo insisted they move like smugglers, dawn and dusk, laid up during the sunlight hours in willow brakes and quarry mouths while the Coven and Alba rested. Theo never slept. She wasn't sure the others did either, but at least they made a show of lying down and closing their eyes. Every time they stopped, Theo insisted Alba try to open the channel she'd found during the attack at the Grange.
"Again," he said, "without fear."
"There's nothing there without fear."
"The fear is not a door, Alba. It's a battering of the wall."
He crouched before her where she sat furious and cross-legged in the grass, and his voice dropped.
"That night, what answered you was not only yours. You pulled at the tether with Helena. I felt it. Her strength runs to you down that chain, and every drop of it is a bell rung in her hall."
He paused, his expression darkening.
"You must learn to control yourself."
Alba groaned in frustration. "I feel nothing." Theo sat across from her, resting his arm on his knee.
"Go closer to your dreams. Stand there and stop hammering."
Twice that day she closed her eyes, breathed, found the thread behind her ribs where the cold channel twisted and hummed. It was the evening of the second day when she felt something new. Something warm. Everything inside her stilled. She didn't want to scare it off. Somehow she found a way to stop pushing. Warmth came up through her palm like she'd breathed on a coal, and the color. Alba closed her eyes, the colors of dawn streaming through her eyelids. She drew a breath, and as the light began to fade, looked up. Theo's gaze was fixed on her, his lips parted. After a moment he stood, inspecting something on his hand.
"Good. That was better."
"What was it? I felt—"
"Get some rest."
He taught her things as they flew. About what her people had been before the hiding, how guardians had always been able to heal, and how they lived much longer than humans. He told her about their old village, and the traditions on the Day of Light. She told him of her chores in the fields, the spring festival, and of Javiette. Theo never told her that he hunted, but she could see it in his features. She woke up after a nap to find him and Clementine plump and refreshed. It seemed it wasn't only guardian blood that had that effect. Alba hated the disappointment that ran through her, especially when she wasn't the human who'd sacrificed tonight. She thought of Theo holding someone in his arms, dropping his lips to their skin. Her face flushed hot, and she rolled over, unable to look at him. It was Florent who came to her at their last stop before the village. His newly fed glow had faded, but he didn't look exhausted as Theo and Clementine had. The moonlight bathed the woods in cool blue, the shadows like patches of deeper water. Florent motioned for her to walk with him into the trees.
"She was one of you."
Alba pretended to follow, but she had no idea what he was talking about.
"Helena, your lady in blue."
"Theo told you about her?" Florent nodded.
"She is a guardian. She has the same blood that runs in your veins."
He shook his head, his mouth pinching.
"I knew her before."
"Is it possible?" Alba still knew nothing about becoming a vampire, but a guardian making such a choice? Would Solane allow it?
Florent's face twisted. "Apparently. She took what wasn't hers to make it so."
Alba frowned, waiting for him to explain.
"Vampires lose their power when they use their venom, and Helena forced that sharing. She stole from me, and in turn left me."
He held out his arms, gesturing as if she should be able to see what so disappointed him. Alba tried to make sense of it. A guardian had forced Florent to change her? How would she have that kind of power? She still had 1,000 more questions than answers.
"Florent, I don't want your pity. I want you to understand. Everyone in our coven is kind to you, and everyone knows exactly what you are. The knife. The only edge under heaven that reaches her."
He took a step back, wetting his lips.
"Theo has waited for you, but he isn't the only one." "Florent."
Theo approached, his brow furrowed. Florent smiled, clapping his friend's shoulder.
"I was just expressing to Alba how long we've awaited her arrival. What a gift it is."
He turned his head, appraising her, then stalked back through the trees. Teo stepped closer.
I'm sorry about him.
What is it like, living for centuries? Teo was rubbing the rune on his arm again. He did it the way Papa cracked his knuckles, the way Maman thumbed her metal. Unknowing. A comfort.
Long,
he said. She scoffed. That's a terrible answer.
It's true.
He picked up a stick and scraped at the mud caked on his boot. What's it like, though? Beyond the curse. You have seen civilizations rise and fall. The change in the land, the whole country.
Ah.
He set the boot down.
I speak a language that no one alive has ever heard. It died over the course of 200 years. Traders stopped knowing the words, then old women, then no one. I'd catch myself saying something in my head, some small thing, and realize I was the only one who'd recognize it.
He turned the stick in his fingers.
That's the worst part. Not the deaths or the losses. It's being the last keeper of things. Remembering.
Alba watched him, wishing vampires had a need for a fire. She shivered and pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders.
At least there are some who understand. You're not completely alone.
Teo gave a slow nod.
It doesn't work like that. You can't keep some things and not others.
Alba frowned, not understanding.
You just stop. That's the trick of it. Stop learning names, stop asking questions. Somewhere in my 6th century I stopped counting the years, because counting is a kind of hoping, and
He ran a hand through his hair.
You become a stone in a river. Things pass, and you wear smooth.
That's not living.
No, it isn't.
Teo dropped his eyes, then motioned for her to return to the clearing. Etienne had set up a bedroll for her, but before they exited the trees, Alba reached out and held his arm, stopping him.
If the Dauphine is alone, we can take the sword, yes?
Teo held perfectly still.
Yes.
Alba pulled back. But we'll leave France to crumble.
You said it yourself. Over time, civilizations rise and fall.
But people will die.
Death is far from the worst thing.
Teo's eyes wandered over her face, a sadness flickering there. How did my life end? The last time? Teo's lips twitched, but before he could answer, Clementine cut in. She held up food from Etienne. News from the village? The church is open late for a wedding. Alba's eyes widened. It will be swarming with... It will be empty. The revelers will move on to celebrate, and the priest will be exhausted. She smirked. Don't worry if you're tired. Teo can rock you to sleep on the way. Chapter 11. The vineyards climbed the walls around the church, the light just disappearing over the hills. Her body knew the place before her eyes finished taking it in. She had never in her life been within 50 leagues of this valley, and she could have walked that nave blindfolded.
Alba.
Teo turned back. She looked down at her feet, not realizing she'd stopped. This is it. There were no signs of wedding guests as they walked off the road, through the courtyard and up the steps. Alba heard herself saying, The door sticks, low, on the latch side. Florent raised an eyebrow, then nudged it with his shoulder. They walked inside with reverence, met by the smell of tallow and candle smoke. It took a moment for Alba's eyes to adjust to the low light, but when they did, the font stood cracked in its iron band. 7 steps rose to the altar, and the 3rd was shorter than the rest. She stood in the middle of the church she had dreamed, and for a moment, she couldn't tell what was reality and what was in her mind.
Watch the road,
Teo said, walking up the aisle. Alba hurried after, stopping next to him at the northmost flag at the base of the altar. With Teo's hands beside hers, the two of them pried up consecrated stone in the dusk light like grave robbers, like heretics, exactly what Père Colin had always promised she'd become. The flag came up, and under it was a dark, dank cavity. Alba didn't think. She thrust her hand into the hole, searching. Her brows furrowed, her fingers scrawling through the packed dirt. Empty. No, this wasn't right. This was the church. This was the altar. Her hand moved faster, her nails digging into the soil, pressing against the stone edges. How could it be empty? It's not here. Alba, it's not here. Her voice climbed and cracked. I know this place. I know the door and the font and the steps. She retracted her hand, looking at her stained fingernails. Behind her, the coven stood in silence. She sat back on her heels. I was wrong. Tears pricked her eyes. She'd trusted her dreams, and she was wrong. What if they were all wrong? What if they weren't telling her anything? What if... You saw Florent stand in the sun, Theo said. The devil gives true coin, Alba whispered, to buy false trust. He preached that, my priest. A dream, a rescue. That's exactly how it would look, isn't it? And there it was, out in the open at last. The fear under all her fears. Not that none of it was real, but that all of it was, and none of it was good. Alba. Teo's voice had changed. He wasn't beside her anymore. He stood off at the wall where the lime wash was newer. The whole east end was newer. The roof beams pale, the sanctuary floor relaid. Teo inspected a slab, incised and painted. The letters picked out in red and black, and at its head a shield. It was bright blue, sewn with golden lilies, quartered with... she couldn't tell from here. Alba came up beside him, her eyes narrowing. Dolphins? Golden dolphins sat there, curled nose to tail. You can't read it, Teo said. Alba shook her head. It's Latin, carved maybe 4 years ago. His finger moved along the lines. In the year of our Lord, 1425, this church, having been despoiled and its roof burned by the enemies of the realm, was restored, and its altar reconsecrated by grace and alms of the most high and puissant Prince Charles, son of the king, Dauphin of Viennois. His finger stopped, then underlined the next words. And its holy relics and ancient treasures, for their better safety in this time of war, were translated into the said Lord Dauphin's own keeping, in his castle of Chinon, until God grant peace. Etienne clicked his tongue. Despoiled and burned. His masons came, Florent said. They reconsecrated the altar. You don't reconsecrate an altar without lifting it. Whatever lay beneath this church, they found it 4 years ago. He turned, his eyes lit up from within. Into the Dauphin's own keeping, behind the walls of Chinon. Alba looked from the painted dolphins to her own filthy hands. We're 2 years late, Teo said. Your dream told you true. It has likely been telling you true for years, and I'd counsel you to start extending it some respect. Clementine crossed her arms. We go to the King of Bourges now? Etienne clicked his tongue. The King of Bourges. I'll strip him of all of it, Florent muttered. They jumped as a door scraped open behind them, and a voice said, Visitors! God's blessing! I heard voices. Oh, but stand where you are. The light is going, and we've had thieves. The priest shuffled in, small and old. He had the happy, hungry look of a man who did not get many unexpected guests. Pilgrims, Maman always called them, seeking a blessing on the road. The priest walked closer, noting the plaque they surrounded. Ah, but you should have seen it burned, the priest said, seemingly delighted by the tragedy. Roof gone, altar cracked. But God provides, and His Grace the Dauphin provided his own masons, his own purse. 4 years now. He beamed at the walls. A royal church. We are so proud. As you should be. Clementine's voice was warm cream. Though... A small frown, a perfectly judged glance about the nave. Forgive my assumptions, Father. Are you not dismayed by the loss of your holy things? She pointed at the empty alcove, a darkened spot on the stone. The priest's lips twitched. Ah, yes, Our Lady, and the reliquary of Saint-Loup, and several things, madame. Old things from the crypt, half of it older than the parish. He leaned in, confiding, a man sharing his one great grievance and his one great boast in the same breath.
Taken into his Grace's own keeping. For safety, you understand. The times. There was an inventory, all proper. His Grace is a great lover of holy things. They say,
he confided, dropping to a whisper.
They say he keeps the best of it close at his own bed, his private collection. A pious prince, whatever the wicked say. Oh, I do miss her, our lady. The alcove looks very bare in the morning.
It does, said Clementine gravely, from the shadows, in the tone of deepest sympathy. Very bare.
Ah, well.
The priest patted the plaque like an old dog.
God keeps his own accounts, and I tell my flock, I tell them, when they weep about the English, I say, remember the prophecy.
He was already shuffling toward the door to see them out.
My grandmother had it from her grandmother, and the friars preach it on the roads now. You'll hear it in every market from here to Lyon. France will be lost by a woman. And so she was. Say what you like about the old queen. God rest her. Signing away her own son.
He stopped at the font, dipped, crossed himself.
And France will be saved. By a maid.
He beamed at them, toothless and certain.
Saved by a maid. So you see, we are not to despair.
The knave slipped away. Saved by a maid. The words sank into Alba, spreading through her like cool water, washing over and revealing the other dreams she had. The dreams she woke from with her legs aching, a horse moving under her, a banner cracking over her head, rain on armor, and her own voice crying an order down a hill at ranks of men. Those dreams were a joke she shared with her parents. Theo's words rang through her.
I'd counsel you to start extending your dreams some respect.
She followed the group through the door. In the yard, under the black yew, the coven was already plotting. The collection travels with him, Clementine said. Close as his own bed, you heard the man. We must— No. Alba heard the word come out of her, and the whole churchyard turned. She stood with her back to the church door, her mother's medallion cold on her breastbone.
Think past the sword, she said. We steal it, and then what? Theo carries it north? And say he wins, say it ends Helena.
Her eyes found his.
The English don't vanish, Theo. Their armies don't turn around because a creature they never knew dies in the dark. Orléans still falls. The Loire still falls. My parents are walking into a France that is lost. And the one man God appointed to fight for it is sitting on his treasure like a dragon, hiding behind a river, waiting for what?
Her heart beat like a war drum.
He needs a reason. And you heard the priest.
The King of Bourges, the Dauphin, was the reason France was losing, and he wasn't even the legitimate heir. Ironically, it made him a perfect target. Javiette had taught her that. Back home, the Smith's second wife had come from 2 villages over, and in 6 years, their neighbors never accepted her. Everyone knew it. Javiette, only 12 years old and wanting winter access to the warmest forge in the village, was the only soul in the parish who called her Madame la Maîtresse, and, better, asked her thoughts on anything she could. The best way to remove stains from clothing, how to best mend a tear. Alba had watched for the flattery and never found any. Javiette didn't praise the woman once. She just asked her the questions a mistress would be asked, and the woman could refuse her nothing, because every favor she granted was one more brick in the title nobody else would offer her.
I know what she wants,
Javiette had said, sucking honey off her thumb. Payment, from the forge's own crock. So I give it to her, and she gives back to me. The Dauphin of France had been the Smith's woman his whole life, mocked, half-crowned, disinherited, and doubted by his own mother. Yes, Theo and his coven could go in and take whatever they wanted, but then what of France? Would killing Helena be enough? What if they couldn't accomplish the task, sword or no?
If we approach this honestly, we could petition at the gate,
Etienne offered.
No,
Clementine countered. The petitions go through his officers. It'll take weeks or months.
Let us, then. A noble hand. We know names in Anjou who— You act as if this is a reasonable idea. Florent laughed. We don't need to act like pilgrims. We find him in his bed at night or threaten one of his women. He'll do whatever we ask. Clementine rolled her eyes as if to say, men, and Alba couldn't help but smile. We don't know if another coven has already made contact, Teo said, giving Alba a pointed look. Etienne leaned against the tree. I heard a lovely thing in the village, incidentally. They say the King of Bourges hides among his own courtiers, dresses plain, sets himself into the crowd, watches how visitors treat the man they think is king. He plays games, our hesitating prince. That's worth knowing. He's not working with a coven, or France wouldn't be hanging by a thread. Florent stood, adjusting his clothes. I say we sneak in, find the sword, and take it. And leave France to be erased. Alba glowered at him. We give him exactly what he wants. We offer vampires to fight for him. Tell him of the English and their agreements. Treat him as someone worthy of more powerful allies. Clementine laughed out loud. You have faith, I'll give you that. But we can't raise an army. There are only 4 of us. Alba's eyes widened. She'd thought this a traveling party, not the whole of France's immortal allies. But they weren't allies of France, not really. The battle they were fighting was larger than anything the humans had concocted, which made their lack of numbers even more disturbing. Alba considered this. Then, we give him a sign. From God. Chapter 12. Chinon announced itself before they saw the rooftops. Bells. Then wood smoke and the river full of barges. They came around the bluff, and there it was. The fortress ran along the ridge above the town like a wall built by giants. Towers and towers of pale stone, banners moving on the wind, the blue and gold visible even from a distance. Somewhere behind those walls sat a man who would be king. Somewhere behind those walls, if the church plaque told the truth, sat a sword. Close your mouth, Clementine said, passing her, and walk faster. They settled in an abandoned vineyard hut on the slope across from the river, and it only took the coven one evening to become part of Chinon. They dissolved into the town at dusk like salt into water, and information began to flow back. Etienne held a corner table at an inn by the bridge and bought rounds for boatmen. Florent walked the walls, counting guards. Clementine laughed at something a sergeant of the watch said to her at the river gate, touched his arm, and by full dark, she had the watch rotations for the week. Teo didn't go into the town. He stayed with her, always close. When they weren't flying, he walked on the outside of her, checked the hut before she entered it, scented the bread Etienne brought back before she could touch it, stood between her and the windows. I survived 18 years without you, she snapped, the second time she tripped over him in a doorway. He raised an eyebrow, and she ignored the thought that maybe he'd been aware of her before they met on the road. Alba sat in the grass and watched Chinon go about its business across the river. A girl about her own age sold eggs by the bridge. She flirted with the toll-keeper's boy badly. Late in the morning, a wedding emerged from the church by the market with ribbons, a fiddle, the bride red-faced and beautiful, her new husband stumbling over his own feet. The sound of it carried across the water. Alba's chest tightened, the life she'd never quite imagined for herself flashing in front of her. Growing up, though she hated the idea, she'd expected to be courted by someone. Guillaume, maybe, the wheelwright's son who'd looked at her at the Michaelmas fair 2 years running and never once managed a sentence. She would stand at a church door in ribbons while her mother cried, bake name-day bread in her own oven, in her own house, with her own children underfoot, and grow old in an ordinary way. She didn't want it, but at least it was a mapped path, safe and known. What would her life look like now, when all she thought about was swords and wings? We didn't always have these, you know. Teo dropped down beside her, pointing at his wings. Could he read her mind? No. She straightened, pretending ambivalence. He shook his head. They appeared a few 100 years ago. We evolve to fit the human's idea of what we are, of what they desire. Alba frowned. Desire? We are hunters, after all. We adapt to attract our prey. Her cheeks flushed as she fought the urge to reach out and touch the smooth, leathery skin. Alba tucked her hands under her thighs. Why are you telling me this?
He should know based on her earlier reactions that hunting humans was the very last thing she wanted to discuss. His jaw worked.
You find me deplorable.
Not only you. She stared across the river, trying to find some distraction, but life was slowing down for the midday meal. Her feelings for Teo were too complicated to parse out. She knew him, and she didn't. She was drawn to him and wanted to push him away. He was dangerous, and he was her protector. In her world of black and white, Teo and his coven were a pool of gray, and she didn't know how to reconcile any of it. He cleared his throat.
I don't have a choice about my body, about what my body needs.
Teo.
But I do have a choice about everything else. I've never...
His voice broke, and Alba couldn't keep from turning to look at him.
I've never broken my promise.
The softness in his voice sent a wave of longing through her, dulling her senses. If he was trying to evoke compassion or pity, it was working. She pushed up from the ground. Well, I think...
Clementine's in.
Florent hung in the shadow of the doorway.
She'll make way for us at sunset.
Alba straightened. Will we have an audience with the Dauphine? Florent shrugged.
Of a sort.
Teo was past her in a flash.
Etienne will stay with Alba. You and I will.
I'm coming, Alba cut him off. This was my idea. Teo paused but didn't look back.
No. We don't know what we're stepping into.
She scoffed.
You are not my father.
Teo turned then, scowling at her. You told me I'm part of this prophecy, so let me live it. Stop guarding me like a fragile egg. Looking at the two of them, strong and wound with darkness, she'd never felt more like a fragile egg in her life. Still, she set her jaw. I'm coming, Teo. He couldn't have it both ways. He couldn't tell her of her power, push her to access it, and then pretend she didn't have any. Florent watched with amusement as Teo crossed to her, stepping so close that the strange warmth he always carried washed over her. For one unguarded heartbeat, something fought itself out behind his eyes.
You fall, he murmured, and I catch you. That is the entire arrangement. You do not improvise. You do not leave the coven.
Teo,
swear it.
She clenched her teeth. Fine. I swear it. Florent grunted.
Well, that was more difficult than it needed to be. Don't mind him, Teo quipped, tilting his face to the sky. He's surly because he can no longer stand in the sun.
Florent ignored him.
Alba, shall we call Etienne to make you un petit déjeuner?
Alba frowned, avoiding Teo's eyes and hating that lunch sounded perfect. At dusk, they flew up the dark side of the bluff in 3 wing beats, and the world dropped away. The hut, the vines, all of it left on the ground like laundry. It was only cold air in Teo's arms. The fortress swung beneath them, torchlit, its walls suddenly toy-sized, and Chinon lay along the river glowing in its own smoke like a bed of banked coals. Her body, as always, noted how warm and comfortable it felt in his arms. She talked to kill the feeling. She shouted against the wind. Clementine Sargent at the river gate. Will she feed on him? Is that how this works? Charm us, we open our doors, and then you drink? Ironic that she hated when Teo brought it up, but then couldn't stop asking questions.
Sometimes.
There was no apology in his voice.
We try and take those who won't be missed.
He was silent for a moment.
You've heard, if not seen, what the other kind leave behind. I've spent 1,000 years drawing that line, and holding my coven behind it, and I will not pretend the line is clean.
How long has Clementine been with you? I mean, a part of your coven? Teo's eyes flicked to hers, and the curiosity there made Alba's face flush. And the others? Florent, Etienne, and Paul? The corners of his mouth ticked up.
All of them, from our time with Elaine. The vampire who forced your bond.
I remember. Relief trickled through her that he didn't call attention to her interest in Clementine. And you stay together, always?
Yes.
He banked right, and she clutched harder to keep from swaying. When they steadied out again, Teo said,
1,000 years is a long time to be alone.
Questions about what it meant to be together, especially where Clementine was concerned, burned on her tongue.
Ask,
he murmured.
I have nothing to... You wonder about my physical affections.
Alba's mouth snapped shut. His wings tilted. They dropped out of the sky's open dark onto a tower roof, his boots finding the leads without a sound. Teo set her down and stepped back from her. The torchlight flickered in his eyes.
Say what you're truly angry about or say nothing. But do not clutch to Clementine's knowledge or possessiveness to flay me in a later moment.
His words cut through her like a blade, and she couldn't keep her thoughts from bleeding out. She acts as if she desires you, as if she resents me for... Alba trailed off.
For what?
Teo's hair fell across his forehead. Alba wet her lips. Existing? Teo considered his next words. When he spoke, his voice shook.
You left. The covenants were rotten. They had to fall, and I helped burn them. Your people scattered into the world and hid, and the light went with them.
He stopped, dragging in a breath.
You are the one soul in creation bound to mine, and when you left the world, my soul drifted into emptiness. I had a mark to constantly remember and no grave to escape to, with no promise that you, would ever return. 800 years before the mark so much as warmed, 1,000 before it burned. I woke Clementine and told her, and she wept for me, because she had watched me wait through centuries, held me in my madness. That is who Clementine is. That is what you see.
The wind whipped through Alba's hair, cooling the tears welling in her eyes. You love her?
No.
Teo let out a choked sound.
I'm not capable of loving anyone but...
He looked up, his eyes dark and liquid.
I waited longer than your entire people have existed in hiding, without knowing there was anything to wait for. Judge me for the night I tried to be less alone, if you must, but do it knowing that every one of them ended the same way, with me on some roof like this one doing exactly what I'm doing now.
Which is what? It came out as a whisper.
Begging for my mate.
A low whistle came up from the dark below the tower. 2 notes. Etienne's. Teo was at the parapet before she'd finished wiping the tears from her cheeks. Below, at the base of the royal lodgings, where the kitchens let out their smoke against the cliff, a grey figure stood, holding the door open with one hand, and with the other, making a small, unmistakable, delighted flourish. Teo waited, holding out his arms to lower her.
Coming, my fragile egg.
Chapter 13. No one is harmed tonight, Alba hissed as she crept with Teo and his coven through the empty, darkened corridor. No guards, no servants, no grooms, no kitchen boys, no feeding, no throwing men off walls, no... She looked at Clementine. Dealing with anyone somewhere out of sight. If it goes wrong, we leave. Empty-handed if we must. Swear it. If Teo could make her promise, she could require the same.
I swear.
Etienne held a hand over his heart. Divine harm, said Florent. Broadly or... Florent. He chuckled.
I swear it, but I don't know why you care. These men care little about the plight of commoners.
Commoners like you, Alba thought. He didn't quite commit to this meaning. Common was how she looked, how she'd always thought of herself. But now she knew different. Teo swore last.
No harm. On the mark I carry. And you've already sworn your piece. Tonight you stay with Clementine. Whatever you hear, whatever you feel, you go no further than the outer wings.
Teo! He spun, nearly running into her.
You are the single thing in this fortress worth more than the sword.
She didn't know what to say to that, so she nodded and retreated a few steps. Being relegated with Clementine went exactly as well as expected. They searched the eastern wing in what felt like minutes, and in order to get to the west, they'd have to go through the central chambers and common areas, which Teo expressly forbade. Clementine took the order worse than Alba. 1100 years, Clementine muttered. I've been through more palaces than he's owned shirts. I found our entrance, and here I am, playing hide and seek. He loves you, past his own sense, while being terrified of you. You understand that's what this is? Her amber eyes swung around. He's waited so long that now, at the very hinge of everything, he'd rather play it safe than risk watching you make the same choice you did last time. Her eyes narrowed, feline. Someone should tell him that's how wars are lost. Alba stared, her heart speeding. What choice? Clementine rolled her eyes. What? He hasn't told you? I thought you had a heart-to-heart. She hopped up on a wooden chest, her legs swinging off the edge. He did tell me, but I'm still confused about how it all ended. Mostly, she was confused by her part in it. Yes, her blood gave vampires power and strength, but it was short-lived. Except for Teo, since he held the bond. Why would that be so desirable? When Clementine seemed more skeptical than willing to share, Alba tried another tactic. He spoke so quickly, it was all a blur. I didn't want to embarrass myself by asking again. Clementine gave her a long look. You're a terrible liar. Truly, it's one of your best qualities. She let the silence stretch and then, deciding something, her legs stilled. Fine. Teo doesn't have the right to keep information from you about your own lives. She dropped to the floor. Helena discovered what Elaine did not, that your blood in a vampire's veins kills. Alba's brows pinched. What? But when vampires drink, I didn't say stomach. Veins. She snapped her fingers. Cut into them, blood to blood. Helena tested her theory and proved it successful. So she gathered as much of your blood as she could, and set it out to end us all. Every vampire in Gaul. I was there, just as Teo was. Those she touched died like... well, she gave a small, terrible smile. Like men. Alba's stomach churned. She flipped her wrist and stared at the marks there. That's why she wants me? Yes. And she could arrive at any moment? Yes. Which is why we must find the sword. Clementine nodded. Teo believes it's our only weapon. Her eyes dropped to Alba's neck, and she licked her lips. Otherwise you'll take what she wants to stop her, just like you did before. Her blood. To take it from Helena meant... I took my own life. Clementine grinned. Now you understand Teo's terror. She strode toward the door. Coming? But... Clementine appeared in front of her like magic, the rush of air nearly pushing her off her feet. Hear the rest. She took Alba's chin in her cool fingers. That day was the worst of all of our very long lives, and it broke a man I care for down to the very bone. So understand what every creature in this coven is silently agreed upon, and has been since the night the mark sparked to life under his skin. Her amber eyes held Alba in a near trance. It does not end that way twice. Whatever the prophecy thinks it's owed, whatever she plans, whatever some memory tells you would be noble, no. You are going to live to stop her. That is the plan. His, mine, everyone's. Clementine dropped her hand. It will do Teo good to have one of his orders disobeyed. Keeps the humility fresh. She rolled her shoulders, and her wings flexed with a hush. The men will go to the treasury and the chapel because men believe locked rooms hold everything of value. Meanwhile, there is a whole palace of unlocked rooms. She held out her hand. Can you be silent on your feet? Alba removed her shoes and padded through the corridors in Clementine's wake. The court of the man they called the King of Bourges slept like debtors. Fires banked low against the cost of wood, guards at the treasury door. But elsewhere there were shuttered chambers, sheeted furniture, whole wings of a fortress kept like a house in mourning. Twice they froze for footsteps. Once a valet passed close enough to touch, candle in hand, and Clementine became part of a tapestry shadow with Alba folded behind her. The man walked by completely unaware. They searched by what moonlight snuck through the glass. A gallery, a council chamber, maps still waited on the table, a chapel tribune, cold with incense. Nothing. Until they passed next to a wide staircase with grand railings. Then something hummed. Not a sound, though. A feeling. A low ringing from somewhere above, faint as a finger running over the rim of a glass. She turned toward it like a weather vane. Up. She peered past the top of the darkened staircase. What? Something. It's up there. I can feel it. What had Teo said? No matter what she heard, no matter what she felt. But Alba was already climbing. She followed the sensation, leading Clementine along a passage until they ran into a modest door. Unguarded. Clementine tried the latch and, when it gave, eased the door a hand's width. She moved aside, flat to the wall, before allowing Alba through. It was a small bedchamber. Moonlight trickled through one unshuttered window, and there was a banked fire. A curtained bed sat against the near wall, its hangings half-drawn, dark, and on the far wall, hung on 2 iron pins above a clothes chest like any farmer's blade above any farmer's hearth. The sword. The blade caught the light, and Alba's breath snagged. It was exactly as she'd seen it in her dreams. Long and unnaturally narrow, silver shimmering along its length even where the light failed to reach, as though the metal held some pale illumination of its own. The hilt was wrapped in faded leather, worn smooth in places. Black opals sat among white diamonds. Darkness and light pressed together into the metal. Then she saw the crossguard. Wings. 2 of them, sweeping upward from the hilt, outstretched as if caught in the instant before flight. Her fingers twitched as the ringing filled her skull, sweet and cold. Her feet were already crossing the room. The pale moonlight lay along the blade like a finger along lips, and she searched for a chair or stool, anything to allow her to grasp. Clementine grabbed her wrist, and Alba froze. Ahead of them, in the curtained dark, something breathed. Chapter 14. Movement. Someone lay in the bed. From this side of the room they could see him clearly. Alba jolted toward the door, but Clementine held her fast. In the bed, an arm flung over his eyes, chest rising and falling, lay a young man in a plain nightshirt. He rustled under the covers and woke, blinking at first, then squinting past the curtains at the 2 unfamiliar shadows in his bedchamber. There was a long pause. Then he propped himself on one elbow. He looked from Clementine to Alba. Neither of them flinched. Alba hoped he'd roll over and close his eyes, but instead a smile curved his lips. Ah. He dropped back onto the pillow. La Tremois sent you. I have told him, I keep telling him that it doesn't help. It never helps. And it costs the treasury. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He paused a second time. Longer. Also, this time he has outdone himself. Which of my sins is this generous? Alba stood rooted to the floor. What in the world was he blabbering on about? He must be dreaming, talking in his sleep. Beside her, Clementine's whole demeanor changed. Her grip softened, then released. And the warrior who killed for her dinner and fought vampires 2 at a time poured out of her like water. The woman who stood in her place lowered her lashes, tipped her head, and drifted toward the bed with a walk Alba had never seen her use. Généreux, Clementine agreed, in a voice like warmed honey. Though, Monsieur has it backward. She settled on the edge of the bed like a cat. We are not payment for a sin. We are the encouragement to commit one. God's teeth, the man whispered. He has raised my taxes for this. Poor monsieur. Her hand smoothed the coverlet an inch from his arm. Woken in the cold of night, working so late, all alone, in such a modest little room. A glance around, wide-eyed. So important a man, they give him the clerk's bed. The man swallowed hard, shifting under the covers. It's quieter here. He stared, transfixed, defending himself to her, already needing her good opinion. Alba's mouth fell open. He was leaning back against the bolster now, one arm flung wide. Clementine plumped his pillow for him, pulling something out from under it and slipping it into her sleeve. I want to be her, Alba thought from the bottom of her soul, to have that kind of power and control. It wasn't jealousy she felt for Clementine, it was awe. Père Colin can add it to the list. And your quiet friend? The man craned around Clementine to peer at Alba. She stands there like the judgment. Is she shy? Or is she the one who... She is discerning. Clementine purred and shifted closer. Now she sat between him and everything else. The door, the bell cord on the wall. She likes to know a man's name before she decides how to please him. Alba's eyes widened. That's what this man thought they were? Ladies of the night? To be fair, they were in his bedroom, in the middle of the night, but still. She wrapped her arms around herself. Clementine leaned closer. It's only respectful. So, will you tell her yours? My, he laughed, disbelieving and delighted. Madame, you're mocking me. Even La Tremoise girls know. Humor her, Clementine breathed. The man, enjoying himself enormously now, a showman with an audience of two, raised his right hand into the strip of moonlight so that the fat gold signet caught the light. Fleur-de-lis, quartered with dolphins. Alba nearly yelped, but he was already speaking. Charles, by the grace of God and evidently of La Tremoise, Dauphine of Viennois, King of France, Bourges, anyway, if you listen to the English. He wiggled the ring, grinning at his own joke, waiting for the delicious little gasps. He got one. Alba heard it come out of her own mouth like a dropped kettle, and across the bed, still smiling her honeyed smile, Clementine's eyes went dark. Chapter 15. Clementine's stillness lasted one heartbeat too long, her amber eyes dropping to the king's throat. Inspired by her prior boldness, Alba threw herself forward and, in a voice that filled the entire bedchamber, announced, "We were sent by God." The words landed like a dropped platter. The king jolted, and Clementine blinked in confusion. Blood rushed in Alba's ears as she approached the bed with her chin up and shoulders back. She stopped at the foot of the bed, bathed in a strip of moonlight. "Consider, sire, your fortress, your walls, your watch, and your secret room that not even your own chamberlain knows to guard. 2 women stand inside it at midnight, unarmed, unannounced, having alerted or harmed no one." She let her assertion hang. "Who, under heaven, can walk through walls, sire? Thieves cannot. Assassins would not have knocked so gently. Either your house has failed you utterly, or nothing failed at all, and we are let in, by the one doorkeeper no lock in France is proven against." The king sat up slowly against his bolster, his face moving through a string of thought and emotion. She silently pleaded that she'd guessed right. He wants it to be true. He has wanted it to be true his whole life. Every whisper told him he wasn't blessed by God, but here he is, finding proof. "Sent," the Dauphine repeated, cautious, like he was face to face with a wild animal and didn't want to scare it off. "Sent to me." To the King of France." She watched her words soak in. Not of Bedford, not of Burgundy. "Heaven does not misdeliver, whatever the wicked say. God does not send messengers to pretenders. We are here to help you win your war." Guilt wedged itself between her ribs. If there was a God, he likely wouldn't appreciate her lying on his behalf. nor did she have any idea how they could help him beat the English. Still, she kept her face placid, superior as a stone saint. The king looked at her for a long moment, then at Clementine, who had drifted back off the bed and folded herself into a posture of demure celestial attendance so fast and so completely that Alba nearly laughed.
"I wasn't—" the king held out his hands. "I was only pretending before. I would never debase myself by—"
"Of course, my lord." Clementine gave a low curtsy. The king's flush was visible even in the low light. He straightened his nightshirt and straightened his shoulders.
"You," he said, pointing at Alba.
"What is your name?"
"Alba, sire."
"Alba." He said it as if he were already writing his own story. Could it be that easy? The king sighed.
"And forgive me, but it must be asked. They will ask it. My confessor will ask it. You come pure, a maid. God's messengers must. There are rules. You understand, the theologians—"
Père Colin's entire list rose up before Alba's eyes, freshly annotated in the margins. "I am a maid, sire," she said, with enormous dignity. It was technically true. Based on how she touched Teo, it also felt like the boldest lie she'd told all night.
"And you speak of winning wars. Can you lead, girl?"
"Men?"
"Soldiers are not sheep. Whatever my captain say of them. Have you commanded?"
"I was raised commending, sire." Clementine coughed beside her, and Alba flicked her hip.
"Numbers hold no fear for me, nor mud, nor blood, nor early hours, and the men will follow me. They will follow me because their king believes in me, and because I will not lose."
Clementine turned her face, her eyes sparkling. Alba had never won anything in her life except a fistfight when she was 7, but she would have lied through her teeth 1,000 times over to gain that expression of approval. "And sire," she continued, "before we speak of armies, I am bidden to thank you for keeping my sword safe." The King of France sat bolt upright in his bed.
"The sword."
He blew out a breath.
"You know of the sword. Of course you know of the sword."
And he was out of the covers entirely now, nightshirt, bare royal shanks and all, fumbling for the candle with shaking hands.
"I knew it. I knew it the day the masons brought it up. They said, 'Melt it, sire, it's old iron,' and I said, 'No, gentlemen, no. This is the blade of Saint Morin himself. You know the story, of course you know it. He was sent. Saint Morin, who slew the serpent of the Loire in the age of the first kings and blessed the blade to the defense of France, and it is said—"
He dropped his voice with tremendous ceremony. "It is said it sweats before a storm, mademoiselle.
The armorer has seen it glisten, and a hermit of Fierbois told my grandfather's court that the day the blade served the King of France again, his reign would be blessed."
"All wrong," Clementine murmured under her breath. The king tottered on top of his thankfully empty chamber pot and pulled the sword from the wall. He nearly dropped it, drooping under the weight of it. He handed it over to Alba without ceremony, and she nearly buckled. As she regained her balance, the king ran to the bell cord and yanked.
"Guards!"
he bellowed, striding to the door in his nightshirt.
Jean, wake the householder, wake the— Oh, no, don't wake anyone, wake only—"
The door flung open to reveal a man with dark hair to his shoulders and a mustache, who looked to have been sleeping fully dressed. The king sighed.
"Jean, there you are. These blessed ladies are the guests of the crown, the finest rooms, the Queen of Sicily's rooms, fires lit, linens, wine. No question, Jean, none of your faces, and— Oh, here, I'll come along myself."
The King of France patted down his own freezing corridors with 2 intruders and 1 annoyed guard captain. The walk to their rooms was long and cold, and it broke Alba's heart. The king chattered the whole way about plans, hopes, the names of captains, feast days, leading them up staircases and along galleries with no tapestries on the walls, past shuttered wings and hearth after hearth swept bare and cold. One servant passed them, an old man carrying a single candle of his own, who flattened himself against the wall in astonishment. The finest rooms in the fortress of the King of France, and the corridors smelled of disuse and carefully rationed wood. She shouldn't have felt such compassion for the king. But it wasn't only for him. It was for the people of France, for her friends and neighbors who had lost their homes, for those who would lose them tomorrow.
You will notice I keep few guards about me, the king said airily, gesturing at the empty gallery with his candle. Confidence, madame. A king who fears his own halls is no king at all. My cousin of Burgundy sleeps behind 300 men, and look at his face. Ha, no. Let it be seen that Charles sleeps easy.
Let it be seen, thought Alba, that Charles cannot pay them. She looked at this man, mocked, disinherited, doubted from the cradle by everyone up to and including his own mother, standing in a freezing corridor in his nightshirt, boasting about the poverty that shamed him. And she could barely muster the contempt all France seemed to agree he deserved. Beside her, Clementine made a small sound and tipped her chin a fraction toward the gallery's far shadows. Alba looked, and nearly tripped. The shadows had eyes. No doubt 3 sets. Théo, Florent, and Etienne. "Don't smile," Clementine breathed with suppressed laughter, and it was such a girls-at-the-well whisper, so exactly Javiette, that Alba's eyes stung. "Eyes front, holy messenger. Oh, he is going to be impossible about this." Alba tilted her head. "The God part, was it too? It was magnificent. I nearly believed in him." Her amber eyes gleamed. They reached a pair of great doors, and the captain wrestled them open, revealing 2 rooms that were genuinely fine. Faded and cold, but fine. Alba stepped into the first to find tapestries on the walls and a bed like a barge. The king turned on the threshold, suddenly formal. "Rest, mademoiselle, madame. You will want for nothing. And in the morning—" He drew himself up in his nightshirt. "You understand, there are customs. My confessor will examine your claims. There are learned men, and the good matrons will— that is—" He coughed. "You will be inspected and verified. It is how these things are done. I must be sure. You understand." Alba did not understand in the least. Within 5 minutes, the fire was lit by the servant they'd seen in the hall, and the door was shut. She stood alone, for the first time since the English attacked her village, in the finest room of a starving kingdom with a goddess-forged sword resting on the chaise. The whole night's madness drained out of her and into the floor. But she only had time to draw 1 full breath before her body was on full alert. The shadow by the window unfolded itself. Théo came out of the dark with his wings shut tight and his arms folded. He stopped in front of her, his jaw set like the west face of a cliff. "Outer rooms only," he snapped. Alba mustered her inner Clementine. She jutted out her chin and stepped aside so he could clearly see the sword. "I'm sorry, Théo. It's so easy for girls like us to get lost." Chapter 16. Théo growled something under his breath and paced in front of the bed. "You're no longer allowed to spend time with Clementine." Alba laughed. "I'll have you know, it was my idea to go up the stairs. If anyone's a bad influence, it's me." Théo pulled the room's 1 chair around to face the window and sat down in it like he was settling in for a siege. Alba crossed her arms. "Get out. This is my room. This is a strange fortress full of strange men, 3 of whom Florent has already marked as bought, in a war where you are the price. I'll be in this chair until sunrise." He looked up with a smile. "You won't even know I'm here." She almost laughed. She knew Théo was there even when he wasn't. That was the problem, and it was getting worse by the hour. The mark of their bond ran warm all the time now, a hearth line up the inside of her right arm. When he crossed a room, every cell in her body crossed with him. When he sat down, 8 feet away, her whole right side suggested that 8 feet was a foolish, wasteful distance, and had she considered 3? And underneath it, the cold thread hummed its counternote, both of her bonds twisting together. Summer on the right, winter on the left, and Alba strung between them like fresh washing. "You told me nothing kills you except that sword," Alba said. Théo's face darkened. "I told you well." "You lied." Alba stalked closer. "Clementine told me the truth. Why Helena wants me. It's not only the bond, is it, Théo?" His nostrils flared.
Did Clementine—
My blood kills vampires, she snapped. Not when they drink, but blood to blood. I'm the relic she's hunting for, so what in God's name are we doing here? The sword, the church, the king? You could have dressed a knife from my arm in the mill and—
No.
Teo was out of the chair, and the room seemed to shrink around them.
Do you know what using your blood means? It means you in the reach of her hands, in the range of her chain, close enough to bleed for the dressing of blades. Your blood is a weapon that requires you. And I will burn this fortress and the war and the whole of France before I build a plan that requires you within a league of her. Never mind the fact that we don't know if it will work.
What are you talking about? Clementine
did not give you the details, did she? About how Helena already has guardian blood running through her veins? About the bond, and how your blood may have no effect on her because of it? I'd stake nothing on it, and I will not stake you.
He waited for her to respond, but she couldn't.
Clementine hadn't said anything about that, and it hadn't occurred to her to ask.
Then what's your plan?
Teo announced that he wouldn't let her get close to Helena, yet she was the one currently in possession of the sword. His jaw set. Alba's face darkened.
Say it.
Teo lowered his voice. I take the sword, and the others take you somewhere Helena has never thought of. You stay there, guarded and hidden, until I come back. Or don't. His words lit a blaze inside her.
Locked away. That's the plan. You say you watched me and the other guardians claw out of one pen. You say you helped. And your whole plan, your 1,000-year plan, is to build me a prettier one?
My plan, he said, his voice ragged, is that you live.
That's everyone's plan, I'm discovering.
She was shouting now and didn't care who in the West Wing heard it.
Keep Alba safe and hidden and small. Don't tell her the truth in case she dares to have an opinion about it. Well, I'll have you know I do. Many opinions, in fact. I am not prophesied to be a doll that you can set on a shelf.
You think I don't know that? His voice cracked. You think I, of all creatures, don't know exactly what you are? I am not protecting a doll, Alba. I'm protecting
yourself,
she cut in, the words slicing through the air between them, and instantly regretted it. Teo's face slackened, his whole body pulling away from her.
Teo.
Helena is a guardian. He stepped back, dragging a hand down his face. Turned, cursed. Whatever she has made of herself, her first blood is your blood. The light was in her once, same as you, and she is not ignorant of what your veins carry. She studied it in your first life, vials upon vials. She knows its properties better than any creature alive. Whatever your blood does to us, she has had 2,000 years to armor against it. Teo faced the wall, refusing to look at her. And she holds a bond on you besides, and we believe even blood won't cross a bond. That is why mine. He gestured, helpless, at himself. So, no, I do not think your blood will take her. I think the sword is the only edge in the world that might, and I think the person who swings it must not be the person she can drain to her knees with a thought. The fire had already burned low. Alba stood in the middle of the room with her arms wrapped around herself, and in the quiet after all the shouting, a fuzzy image arrived in her head.
I remember the vials, I think. She frowned.
Only one, really.
But I don't think it held any blood.
Teo went perfectly still. A slow ache that had started in her chest grew until she couldn't bear it. She crossed the space and stood next to him.
I want to remember.
Teo scoffed. No, you don't. You want to hear Clementine's stories. Alba grabbed his arm and tried to force him to turn, but it was like tugging on a stone wall.
Tell me yours.
He pulled his arm away. I offered to show you, and you weren't interested.
You're angry with me. Because I wouldn't let a vampire who I barely met drink my blood?
He finally turned to face her, I'm angry because you don't trust me. Why would I, Teo? Tell me. Why would I believe that I could be anything but a farm girl? She pulled up her blouse, revealing the marks on her arm. I see the proof, but I don't feel it inside. Inside, I'm still supposed to cut the barley and fill the bucket at the well. I'm supposed to marry and bear children and... Teo put a finger to her lips. That's enough. I don't... He pressed harder. I said, that's enough. I understand. I'm sorry. He released the pressure, and his finger trailed over her lower lip before dropping from her face. Well, Alba cleared her throat. That was harder than it needed to be. Teo let out a puff of air. You're not allowed to spend time with Florent either. Excellent. I'm sure Etienne will be on the chopping block next. Only you then, it seems? Teo ran his hands through his hair. That is the hope, yes. Something fizzed through Alba's center. She took a few steps toward him, then stopped, suddenly nervous. Will you tell me the truth this time? Teo thought for a moment, then nodded. They walked together to sit on the floor, their backs against the bed, while the fire went to embers. He told her about Elaine's leash, how the old creature had held his coven not with strength but with their venom, the power that makes a vampire what he is, bottled and shelved and owned, how she'd found his vial and saved him from that fate, how she gave him back his soul. Florent, she said. His vial. Helena took it. That's what he meant when he talked with her in the woods. Teo nodded. Now you know what Florent wants, and why I have never once judged him for it. The coals flickered, pulling her into a strange trance. It's all true. I swear it. Her heart picked up speed. I want to remember it all, Teo. He blew out a breath. I'll try to. No. Alba reached for his hand. No more stories? I want to see it. Even in the dark, she could see his pupils flare. I didn't trust you then. But I think I do now. Chapter 17. Teo stared at her a long moment. You're tired. Not thinking straight. I'm thinking clearly. He pulled his hand away from her. You need rest. No. He was not going to pretend that because it was her idea, because she wasn't bending to his request, it wasn't acceptable. Alba gripped the edge of his shirt as he pushed up from the floor and slammed him back down to the stone. Teo's eyes flew wide with shock. Power coursed through her. I've decided it's time for you to feed, Teo. Will you deny me? Teo was breathing hard. I will deny you nothing. But I'm not sure. Not sure of what? She tightened her grip, frightened by the wave of emotion rushing through her, but unable to push back the tide. I'm not sure that I'm right. I don't know if it will work. You told me. I know what I told you. Because I want to taste you every second of every day, and I cannot decipher what I want from what is best for you. He held her wrist, pulling her inches from his face. You're right, Alba. I call it protection, but I don't know what it is anymore. I don't know who I am. I'm lost. You're not lost. She settled in his lap, daring to touch him, to run a hand down his perfect face. You're with me, Alba. Drink. Take what you want. After 1,000 years, I can at least give you that. His control broke in pieces, and she watched every part of him give in. The wings first, loose, full spread, blotting the firelight. Then his shoulders, dipping toward her, his head dropping until his cheek rested against hers. Alba tilted her head,
pushing her hair aside to expose her skin.
"You're sure?"
She pressed her hand into the back of his neck, her fingertips playing with his hair. His breath was hot against her neck, and she leaned in. In the dream, she always leaned in. Teo murmured something in a language she didn't recognize, and she gasped at the sting. And then, somehow she thought herself prepared since Florent had taken her blood, but this was... Her head fell back, and Teo caught it, burrowing into her, clamping his other hand around her, daring her to pull away. The heat that poured through her wasn't a trickle or even a blast. It was a current that dragged her under, tossing her like a straw doll, refusing to let her up for air. Warmth and grief and want. 1,000 years of patience breaking open with no drain or waste, all of it shared. The mark on her arm sparked like a struck flint, and she heard herself make a sound. Teo cradled her, folding her into him piece by piece, as the current climbed, and he tore free, and it was as if someone severed her arm. He gasped for air, and pressed his thumb to her neck, shaking and combing his hands through her hair. Teo was speaking, but she couldn't hear his voice. The flood in her was still rising, and all she could do was try to keep her head above the swirling deep.
Alba, look at me.
Until she couldn't, and the first wave took her under. She stands at the shroud. The veil hangs before her, white linen worn thin as breath, and she cannot see him. That is the law, the architecture of the covenant, but she can hear him. They speak, and his hand takes her offered wrist through the veil. A warrior's hand, holding her arm the way one would hold a fledgling. And when his mouth finds her skin, he pauses, as if she could refuse. She turns her wrist in his grip, willing him on even though she's shaking. Alba surfaced, gasping, still on the floor, wrapped in Teo's arms. "The veil! I was there, and it was you, the first time."
"Yes."
His voice had gone to pieces.
"I'm here. Don't fight it. I have you.
She stands in a courtyard next to her parents, and Elaine, with her heart in her throat as a man, beaten and bruised, walks out into the sun. He is the one, she knows, the one from the temple, and as he steps into the sunlight, he doesn't burn. Elaine laughs, but Aurelia is not watching him. Her eyes are locked onto Teo's face, turned up toward the sun, his eyes shut, his arms open. "My blood," she murmured, sweat beading on her forehead. "You tried to keep it a secret."
"Yes, I was selfish. Even then."
Alba dropped under again. She presses the vial into his hands in the alcove behind the cisterns, and when he understands what it is, what she has done, and what she has risked, Teo does not speak. He drops to his knees. Not a bow, but a collapse of everything in him. He presses his brow to her closed hands, to the vial inside them.
"Anything, everything, whatever you ask,"
he whispers, then stands and presses his lips to hers, kissing a line down her throat.
"I'm yours, Aurelia, body and soul. Please, let me make you mine."
She was crying now, and she realized with the last splinter of herself that lived in the present that Teo was too. He curled over her, weeping, his tears wetting her hair. "You never broke your promises." Her voice was a rasp.
"Never."
The beech tree, on the edge of the forest.
"The tree still stands,"
Teo murmured, their thoughts blending into one.
"I have seen it every 100 years. I would tell you it's changed, but..."
His laugh broke in the middle.
"It's a beech. They're patient."
"Like you?"
"Nothing is as patient as a beech, Alba. But I came close."
A blade, in her hand.
"I'm here,"
Teo whispered against her brow.
"I'm here."
The dam broke, and Alba remembered. everything. Chapter 18. Alba woke curled against Teo's body, and for a long moment she couldn't bring herself to move, to breathe. Her cheek was on his chest, his arm was slung over her middle, and one wing half folded over them like a roof against bad weather. The morning blinked pale through the cracks of the shutters, and her mind was a flooded field. 2 childhoods floated into it, 2 mothers' voices, a beech tree and a byre, a shroud and a thorn. Teo's heart beat slow beneath her ear. He didn't need one. She knew that now. The sound of it was to comfort humans, along with his warmth, his soft skin. His pulse quickened, and she lifted her head to find him already looking at her. It wasn't a choice what happened next. Alba simply pulled herself up his body and kissed him. Teo made a sound against her mouth, his arms and wings tangling around her as he kissed her back, pulling her lips between his. And then... Wait. His hands found her shoulders, nudging her back. Wait, love. You barely resurfaced. We don't know. She kissed him again, harder this time. Teo laughed, his hands trembling against her neck. We should go slow. I don't know what's slower than 1,000 years. Your mind has been 2 people since midnight. This could be too much. And the bond. Alba took his wrists and clamped them down on the mattress beside him. His genuine astonishment flashed through the bond, a bright, blank jolt. It should not have been possible for her to overpower him, but the channel between them stood wide as a barn door, and his strength poured into her. Alba. His voice held a warning. He could have thrown her off, probably, but he didn't look as sure as he had the night before. Your eyes are... She bent and kissed him again, slowly this time. Her mouth settled over his, and for one suspended second, she thought he might stop her again. But when his mouth moved under hers, everything he suggested about restraint became a distant memory. His lips parted against hers, the sharp pull of his breath moving into her like heat through iron. And while these were their first kisses in this lifetime, she remembered this. She remembered watching his hands across candlelit rooms, wanting them, remembered 100 stolen moments before their last. Teo. She breathed his name. His eyes opened, dark pools drinking her in. Don't. She blinked. Don't what? Say my name like that, when I'm attempting to behave honorably. A laugh escaped her, soft and breathless. She lowered her mouth to the corner of his. You've had 1,000 years to behave honorably. Exactly. I already told you I've failed at that. She kissed the other corner, and his muscles flexed. Seems a waste to try for a better record now. Alba. There. That was the voice she wanted. She kissed him again before he could find another argument. His free hand came up and caught the back of her neck, fingers winding into her hair. He pulled her down into him and kissed her as though he had finally accepted that he wasn't going to win this argument either. There was nothing tentative in Teo now. He kissed her with 1,000 years of denial and tenderness sharpened by hunger, with the terrible knowledge of how much he could endure, and the new truth that he was finished enduring it. Her hand slid from his wrist to his shoulder, then over the side of his neck and into his hair. Soft. Of all the things Aurelia had given back to her, the fear and grief, the history and knowledge, this detail arrived with startling clarity. Teo's hair was soft. She curled her fingers into it and tugged. His wings snapped open beneath him, and Alba sucked in a breath. She stared at the black segments, how they splayed over the edge of the bed. She ran her fingers over the closest ridge, and Teo shuddered. Oh, that's new. She leaned over him, dragging her lips over the same spot. His hand tightened in her hair. Another kiss, and his whole body went taut beneath her. There was power in that body, enough to break stone. She could feel it through the bond, banked inside him. He was holding himself back, every muscle locked against instinct, every impossible ounce of strength restrained. The realization sent an electric, molten warmth through her. I remember loving you. Teo ran his thumb over her jaw. Not Aurelia's. Hers. The distinction suddenly mattered so much it hurt. Can you love me now? Here. Alba's eyes stung. I have a different body, and... She yelped as Teo flipped her onto her back. He rolled over her, his wings on full display.
Listen to me.
His voice came out low and rough, his wings curving down around them both until the whole world was the dark of his eyes.
I loved your body then, but it would have been nothing without this.
Teo planted her palm against his chest.
I wondered what it would be like, meeting you again, if you'd be different.
Am I? His jaw worked.
In some ways, yes. You're already stronger. A more potent version of yourself. Or maybe my memory can never quite do you justice.
Teo lowered himself, flattening his body against hers.
It's your stubbornness I want. Your temper. Your strength. If you need 1,000 years of proof, you have it.
His pulse beat with hers, and she had the strange sense that if she only reached a little farther, she could move past his walls, have all of him, and give all of herself. No walls, no barriers between them. She pulled his mouth to hers, and his pleasure rolled through her, not just because she could hear his breath or feel his blood rush. They were bonded. What was his was also hers. She reached like he'd taught her, the way she'd reached in the tunnel, down into the place where the bond ran gold, and pulled. He groaned against her mouth as the channel tore wide. Everything doubled. His want and hers, his pulse and hers, heat pouring both directions at once until she couldn't tell whose hands were whose, and still she pulled, greedy and burning. The flare between them went up so bright she felt it behind her teeth. She clutched Teo, willing him closer, wrapping her legs around his, reaching for more of his skin. Her breath came in quick bursts, her head spinning. She was too hot. She couldn't breathe. The current no longer seemed to pour through her, but was eating her alive. It was a wick, and she was the wax, pooling and melting.
Alba.
Teo moved. His hands turned in her scorched grip and broke her hold. He pinned her, both wrists in one of his hands, his other palm flat over her breastbone, over the medallion her mother left with her, his knee holding her hips to the mattress.
Close it. Find it and close it now, or I will tear this bond shut myself, and the goddess only knows what that takes from both of us. Look at me.
She tried to do as he said, but a thread of cold slipped through her, spreading and braiding with the heat. Both at once, her bones burning and chilled at once. Listen. She had to listen to Teo. Alba searched for the door, pushing and shoving until she remembered his lessons. Don't hammer. Don't force. She pulled back, releasing her grip, knowing that it could take her if it wanted. The current banked, the fire quelled. The heat faded back under her skin, and the terrible cold thawed. Alba lay pinned under a shaking Teo on scorched sheets, hollowed out and spent.
There you are,
he breathed. His forehead dropped to hers.
There you are.
What? She choked out. What was that? Teo eased off her, gathering her up against his chest.
I believe you've forgotten that you're the strongest guardian who ever lived.
She huffed a laugh.
And that our bond may have been ill-advised.
Both of them, she murmured, and Teo tensed. She felt it. I felt her. Teo pulled back, searching her face. He opened his mouth to speak when the door flew open behind them. Teo threw her behind him, turning to defend against attackers. He relaxed when he only saw Etienne.
Good morning.
Etienne's eyes wandered over the wreckage of their bed.
We did knock, but...
The coven stood in the doorway, Etienne in front with his eyebrows somewhere near his hairline, holding a laden breakfast tray. Florent behind, looking bored, and Clementine leaning on the doorpost, taking a slow, comprehensive inventory of the room. Alba's hair a rook's nest, and Teo's shirt scorched through. Nobody said anything for a long moment.
The frame's cracked,
Clementine observed, pointing to the uneven bedposts. Teo pulled his wings flat.
I'll speak to the landlord.
Etienne walked in and set the tray on the nightstand that still stood intact.
Sustenance may be a necessity this morning, it seems. He gave Theo a pointed look.
You don't think Helena felt that? Clementine stepped into the room. Theo, what were you thinking?
He wasn't, clearly, Alba said with a slow smile. Florent rolled his eyes. Wonderful. There are 2 of them now. Theo growled, and all 3 of them retreated to the door. Comb your hair, Clementine said. The King of Bourges is expecting us. And now, thanks to this irresponsible display, Helena is too.
Chapter 19. The Grand Hall of Chinon was a lie, and Alba respected the King of Bourges a little more for it. Every coin the fortress had been starving for in its cold corridors had been spent here, in the one room where the world was allowed to look. Tapestries to the vaulting, candles burning by the hundredweight at mid-morning, liveried men at every pillar standing so still they might have been rented by the hour, and probably were. The whole freezing, threadbare castle huddled around this single blazing chamber, and in the middle of it, on a dais in gold cloth, sat Charles. Alba walked the length of the hall with the sword in her arms like a christening child, and the coven walked behind her, somehow hiding their wings. Theo, Clementine, Etienne, and Florent drew every eye in the hall and returned none of their looks. This morning, she thought of her parents as she dressed, how much she missed them, how she hoped Paul had delivered them safely to the other guardians. So much had happened, and she felt naked with none of her family or friends to share it with.
Mademoiselle! The king's voice rang down the hall, and there was no trace of the man in the nightshirt. This was the public Charles. You claim a sending from God. France has heard such claims before. France has died of such claims before. A murmur spread through the hall. He cleared his throat. You will submit to the examination of Holy Church? My learned doctors, the masters of Poitiers, will question you in all matters of faith and spirit. The good matrons will verify what must be verified, and if you are found honest and orthodox and clean, then we shall speak further. His eyes went once, quickly, to the sword in her arms. Clean? Her mouth twisted at the word. After how he'd behaved last night, he thought himself above her. Do you consent? Charles stood with his nose in the air. As if consent were a thing anyone in this hall believed she could demand. Alba curtsied. The sword pressed to her heart. God has nothing to hide, sire, and neither do I, she said in front of 4 vampires while hiding the marks on her arm. She looked up, wondering when she'd be struck down by lightning. The masters of Poitiers examined her in a cold chapter house for the better part of 3 days, and it was Père Colin who saved her. Every droning Sunday of her childhood, every catechism drilled until her jaw ached, every sermon she'd sat through counting the adze marks in the beams, had all been building armor. Laid on her plate by plate for 18 years, and now the learned doctors of France came at her one by one and broke their lances on it. They asked her the Pater. She gave it. The Ave, the Credo. She gave them the way Maman gave psalms. They asked who had taught her the faith, and she easily answered. Her priest and her mother, which had the advantage of being true. It wasn't long before the questions sharpened. These voices, said a man with white hair, and a beard flecked with grey. These visions, describe them. Does a figure appear? By what sign do you know your visitor is of God, and not of the enemy? For Scripture tells us Satan himself may come clothed as an angel of light. Alba took her time, knowing full well they were trying to catch her with her words. I see what God shows me, she said. Fire coming to France, the English column, and what marches in it. This fortress, before I ever saw its walls. Ask your king what I know of his bedchamber. The man looked at her aghast. Good. Now she had his attention. I do not see figures each time. I see true things, and wait for them to show in my life. By their fruits does not our Lord say, you shall know them. Oh, she quotes Matthew, muttered one of the young men with ink-stained fingers. She evades, said the white-haired man. The enemy also shows true things, girl, when truth serves his lie. So I ask plainly, are you in a state of grace?"
The chapter house went still. Even the scribe's pen stopped. It was a trap. Père Colin's voice rang in her ear.
"No living soul may claim certain knowledge of grace. That is presumption, and no penitent may deny hope of it. That is despair."
Yes was heresy. No was confession.
"If I am not," Alba started, "may God in his mercy bring it to me. And if I am, may God in his mercy keep me there."
The old man made a small sound, quickly smothered. He sat back and had nothing to say. They came at her that entire afternoon and started the next morning again. Why would God, who could scatter the English with a breath, need soldiers at all?
"The men-at-arms will do the fighting. God will give the victory."
Would she submit her visions to the judgment of the Church?
"I submit all I am to God and Holy Church."
Père Colin's own formula, stamped like a coin. Did her voices ever counsel her against the Mass, the sacraments, her obedience?
"They counseled me to save France, which I have understood was also the Church's position."
At the end of the second day, the masters of Poitiers withdrew. They conferred. And when they returned, the white-haired man announced with visible enjoyment that the doctors found in the girl no evil, but only good, humility, honesty, and simplicity. Simplicity, thought Alba, light-headed with relief. She had passed. She had passed. And she let herself believe for one whole hour that passing was the end of it. Then they sent in the matrons. Chapter 20. It was done in a cold upper room. She would not remember all of it afterward. Her mind mercifully hid the worst parts away. What stayed were the small things. The way the three women spoke about her and never once to her. The girl, the subject, while she stood in the middle of the room completely nude. The chill of hands that pressed against her the way Papa would check a heifer at market, turned and weighed. When they laid her flat on the table and opened her legs, she dropped deep inside herself. She went to the beech tree on its green hill, dappled light dancing through the leaves. When it was over, the eldest matron helped her down from the table and, for one moment, looked her in the eyes. She pressed Alba's cold hand between her two warm ones and said, "There now. Worse to birth a child, and you'll do that too some day, God willing." She waited for Alba to wash and dress, then walked her to the door, announcing to the men outside, "Virgo intacta." Found honest. Let it be recorded. They had written her body into the records of France in a Latin she couldn't read, and every man in Poitiers would know the finding by supper. The feast that night was in the grand hall. Roast duck and pike, wine older than the war, the king in gold watching their group like a bird of prey. He was not subtle about it. He had placed them where he could see every plate, and his heavy lidded eyes moved from hand to mouth to throat, down the whole length of the high table, counting swallows. He was suspicious. But demons could not break bread. The dead could not take salt. Whatever he half suspected his midnight visitors of being, the feast was one more examination, and the doctors of this one wore livery and carried sauce-boats. The coven ate. Etienne imbibed as a man reunited with a lost love, narrating the kitchen's triumphs to his neighbors until the nearest courtiers were sending him drinks and dishes just to watch his face. Clementine became the woman in the bedchamber, charming and seductive, while Florent worked through his plate with the flat rhythm of a man shoveling a ditch. Théo sat at Alba's left, eating like a courtier, his left hand never leaving her thigh. During the soup, the king's chancellor leaned across to remark with a smirk that all had been verified at Poitiers. He spoke loud enough for the entire table to hear. "The matron noted this one is very soft and—" He tore a strip of meat from bone. "Lush." Théo stilled. His hand continued its business with the spoon, but when he spoke, his voice was low and flat. "You needn't concern yourself with qualities you will never be invited to appreciate." The man choked, and the king had to slap his back until a chewed piece of meat landed on the table with a thunk. Clementine had never worked harder to hide a laugh. "Mademoiselle," the king rushed to stand, his voice pitched to Carrie, "the church is satisfied. The crown is hopeful, but—" His eyes shone. reveling in the drama.
My doctors prove your soul and my matrons prove your body. But you ask me for an army. Armies follow the sword. And you carry one, the blade of the blessed Mohan, relic of my house. No hand bears that blade at the head of France's men but a hand that has earned it. So here the crown's condition. He drew himself up in the candle blaze, small and gilded. You will prove yourself worthy of the sword you carry, before this court by trial of arms, against a champion of my own choosing.
The hall came apart in delighted noise. A trial, a duel. Somewhere down the table a lord was already laying odds, and the king beamed at her. Alba thought she might be sick. She had swung a sickle and a milk pail. She had never in her life swung a sword.
Sire,
Teo began, pushing back his chair. Alba scanned the hall. The eager faces, the bloodlust. She noted the grey circles appearing under the eyes of Teo's coven, knowing that their promise of no harm was quickly expiring. This was their lot. Constant battle. Constant hunger. She was the prophesied guardian. According to the goddess, she was the only one who could put an end to the curse.
She accepts.
Alba jumped up before Teo could speak.
She accepts, Clementine jumped in, and asks only the customary time to prepare. A fortnight, sire, for the honour of your court.
Teo gave her a silent nod of thanks. The king blushed, dangling a leg over his knee, then gave her a small bow of his head. Clementine linked her arm with Alba's.
You're completely out of your mind.
But don't worry. I'll train you. Chapter 21.
12, said Clementine.
Alba lay flat on her back in the dirt of the old walled orchard and looked up through the bare branches at the pale morning sky, hating the world with her entire soul.
You're counting.
She sucked in a breath.
Someone should. The court will.
Clementine appeared in her field of view, upside down, maddeningly unwinded. She held out a hand.
Up. Again.
They had been at it since before the bells, shifting position to follow the shadows. The orchard sat below the fortress wall, forgotten, walled on all sides. Etienne had found it scouting for herbs, and it had seemed a fine private place to learn the sword. 3 hours later, it was a fine private place to die of shame. Alba's shift stuck to her back. Her palms had blistered, healed, and blistered again around the wooden waster. Her hips sang where she'd hit the ground 11 times, now 12, and across the orchard, propped against the wall in its wrappings, the real sword sat, judging her. Clementine pulled her up. Alba squared her feet. She raised the waster, and Clementine came at her, tapping her on the crown, the shoulder, the ribs, and the knee, in that order, before Alba had finished deciding which part of her body to defend.
13,
Alba said from the dirt.
That is somehow more pathetic.
Agreed. Clementine crouched beside her, forearms on her knees. Alba waited for another depressing truth to leave her lips, but before Clementine could diagnose her weakness, Teo appeared. Clementine rose and stepped back, her arms crossed. Teo didn't move to pick her up, nor did he lower himself to her level.
Alba, tell me what you had for breakfast.
What?
Humour me.
Bread? Soft cheese?
Why are we— Because I've trained farm boys, Teo said. Big and slow, strong as oxen. A fortnight makes them dangerous because the power's already there. I'm watching you fight, and you have the balance in the eye. You track Clementine's motion better than most. Yet you hit like a kitten. And you move like a woman wading through a river in wet wool.
He paused to let that sink in.
I've felt your power. It's there. So, either the breakfast is to blame, or—
You know I can't pull from the bond, Alba hissed, scrambling to her feet. How could he show up pretending that this was the answer when he'd seen her nearly burn out?
You accepted this challenge.
I'm very aware. She pushed past him, unsure exactly where to go since she was surrounded by walls on all sides.
This is your battle. I'd be happy to take the sword and—
It's mine and it isn't. Don't you understand? I know it's right. I can feel it, but that doesn't mean I understand it. Alba turned to face the wall.
Excellent work, Teo,
Clementine murmured. Really well done. Tears stung Alba's eyes. She swiped them away just as Teo's hand landed on her shoulder. You felt what happened, she said. You had to pin me to make it stop. And if I hadn't? His hand pulled, turning her to face him. She shook her head, her throat thick. I don't know. I may have killed you, had it been possible, or myself. Teo swept his thumb over her cheek, flicking away another tear. I understand what you're saying. I wish I could. I wish I knew how to control it, but I don't. So I fight without it. I'll have to manage. In a fortnight, against a champion this king chooses. Teo's voice didn't rise, which only made her feel more like a child. I've watched for 2 days, and I'll speak the truth. No one alive, not even Clementine, can make your arms ready in 12 days. Clementine scoffed, but didn't argue. But if you will let me try. He crossed to her and took the waster gently out of her grip, setting it against the wall beside the sword, then took her to the gate, pointing to the river. You grew up on the water and watched a mill. Alba nodded. A mill race without a sluice gate is a flood. It drowns the wheel it was meant to turn. That was what happened in your bedchamber. Everything at once, nothing in control. The wheel spinning to ruin. But a race with a good gate opens 1 finger's width, 2. Takes exactly the water the wheel wants, holds it steady under load, and shuts clean when the grinding's done. That is what we can build in 12 days. Not a swordswoman. A gate. You open a crack, spend it in a single exchange, and shut it before it bowls you over. Small draws, Alba. And if the gate doesn't hold? If it tears open like... Then I am standing next to you, Teo said, as I will be standing next to you every single time you practice it. That is the whole arrangement. Remember? You fall, I catch you. It has not changed since the roof of that tower, and it never will. Alba looked up at him, earnest, sleeves rolled, hair mussed. Gods, but he was beautiful. She felt her argument lose its footing. Clementine made a sound in her throat. You're making me sick, Teo. Either get on with it or leave us in peace. A smile curved Teo's lips. Oh, I'm not sure you'll want to be here for my training routine. Clementine raised an eyebrow. Teo turned back to Alba, cupping her jaw with his hand. I've found a few reliable techniques that seem to open the bond better than others. Alba's mouth went dry. You're suggesting... I'm suggesting we practice stopping, Teo said. Our bodies provide the training ground. You open the gate a finger's width, you hold it there against the current, against me, against everything the bond wants, and close it clean. Over. And over. He leaned closer, his breath tickling the small hairs above her ear. And if you can hold that gate steady with my mouth on yours, Alba, then some poor champion is going to be the least difficult thing you've held a gate against in your entire life. Chapter 22. The door clicked shut, and they were alone again. Rules. Teo removed his boots. The drill is the gate. Nothing else. You open it a finger's width, you hold it there while I make holding it as hard as I know how. Doing what? Alba's heart was already racing. He smirked. Wait and find out. He straightened his slacks and stepped closer. When you can shut it soft 3 times running, we stop for the day. And if I can't? Then we work until your strength is gone. Alba shivered. Her body had already recovered from her morning session with Clementine, but still, she was breathing hard. Teo stopped in front of her. Warmth poured off him, and the gold channel behind her breastbone was already leaning toward him like a plant toward a window. A finger's width, she said. A finger's width. She reached out, took his face in both hands, and stumbled forward to kiss him. He caught her, and the current came through sweet and small. A thread of light down the channel, a hum in her blood, and for 3 heartbeats she held it. Pride bloomed in her chest, and that was her mistake. Joy rippled through her, and the thread became a rope. His hand had found the small of her back, his mouth taking hers, and the light surged up. Alba wrenched the gate shut with both fists, panicked, and the recoil snapped through the room. The bedpost nearest them split along its grain with a crack, and they broke apart, both panting.
"Well,"
Teo said, unsteady.
"the bed had 4 of those."
"Don't laugh."
"Not laughing.
He fought a smile.
Though I might when Florent sees he must find us another bed."
Alba's cheeks flushed. Is that where the new mattress had come from? Teo drew a deep breath and released it.
"You are not a gate. Not a dam. Again."
The second time she held for 5 heartbeats, and slammed. The third, fourth, and 5th times he changed the game entirely. His mouth left hers and found the hinge of her jaw, the line of her throat, the spot below her ear that wobbled her knees. And the gate she was so proudly holding at a finger's width flew open like a latch lifted by floodwater. When she finally got it closed, gasping and sweating, Teo murmured against her collarbone.
"Better. Did you feel where the break starts?"
"You! It starts with you!" she snarled in frustration.
"Flattering, but wrong."
He straightened, took her wrist and pressed her own palm flat over her breastbone, over her mother's medallion.
"It starts at the moment you fear. When the feelings get too big, watch for it this time. Don't fear your body or your soul."
Alba gritted her teeth. "But I don't know what will happen."
"If you let go?"
Teo raised an eyebrow.
"Would it help if I told you I do?"
He kissed the tips of her fingers.
"Your body knows what to do, Alba. You have to step back, hold the gate, and let the rest happen."
She nodded, her legs trembling. Could she do that? It sounded more impossible than her wielding a sword. They went again, and again. The breakthrough came on the 9th round or the 10th. His mouth was at her throat. The current was rising, and there it was. The fear and tension, arriving like a wave gathering. The feelings getting too big, too strong. But that time, instead of clamping down, Alba did the impossible thing. She stepped back, not away from him, inward, back from her own edge. And something in her divided. One Alba remained at the gate, still and serene. And the rest of her let go. The current took Alba the way the river swept through the meadow in spring, light pouring both directions, his want and hers twisting together, her body moving with his, trembling, burning, and rising, but it didn't spend her, didn't drown her, because part of her stood at the gate, keeping the flood safely in its channel. For the first time in either of her lives, surrender and control felt easy, beautiful even. She burned and she was safe. Both could be true at once. And beneath it all, steady as the ground beneath them, was Teo. His hands, his mouth, his voice at her ear. She closed the gate soft as snow. Opened it. Held. Closed it again. The 3rd time she did it, laughing, tears on her face, and Teo pulled back to look at her with an expression she would remember in all her lifetimes. Astonishment and pride. 3 times running, Alba whispered. We're meant to stop for the day. Teo smiled against her lips.
It seems you're in control, love. I'll let you decide.
And for once, neither of them had to tear away. Chapter 23. Alba woke the next morning face down, one arm hanging off the bed, feeling like a candle that had been burned from both ends. Sunlight filled the window. It had to be hours past breakfast, but she couldn't force herself to move. Teo's scent covered her, the memory of his hands still making her skin hum. She rolled over, and a small blizzard of goose feathers rose into the sunbeam, drifting. The mattress beneath her survived, but the bolster had given up entirely.
He left, at dawn,
said a voice from the corner. Alba gathered the covers around her. She wore nothing but a thin slip. Florent stood by the hearth with his arms crossed. Teo may have left, but she doubted he'd ask Florent to enter their room while she was sleeping.
Florent, do you know what I did last night? I, who broke the horse lords of the steppe. I, who stood at Chalons. I carried bedding through a sleeping fortress, twice. I removed the corpse of your last mattress down the servants' stair over my shoulder, past 2 guards and a scullery boy, and installed its successor, so that the King of France does not ask his chamberlain why God's holy messenger burns through royal furnishings at a rate of 1 per night.
Thank you. Alba's cheeks burned.
The next one you ruin, you sleep on stone, Florent growled, moving so she could see a tray of sweets sitting on the chaise, before storming out of the room. The king arrived shortly after Theo, trailed by his rigid captain, and insisted that his guests must see the armory, now, before the day's business. "And this," said Charles, 20 minutes later, whipping a velvet cloth off a rack with the flourish of a market conjurer, "is the axe of Tancred the Bold, carried, at the taking of Antioch. Note the notch, mademoiselle. That notch was made by a Sarek in Emir's collarbone. And this blade, this one here, belonged to Roland himself. Roland! They said the sword of Roland was lost at Roncevaux, but a Genoise dealer of of adequate reputation, assured my grandfather."
The armory was the king's marital bed. Weapons and holiness lying down together, rack after rack. Every piece with its story, and every story, as far as Alba could tell, at least 2/3 invented. Beside her, Etienne, who had let slip that he personally catered the real siege of Antioch, was maintaining the expression of a man biting through his own tongue. Theo shadowed her elbow, and Alba plastered a smile to her face, because Charles handled every blade like a boy showing his treasures to somebody who'd finally come to play. "Sire, this is a princely collection," she said as they neared the end of his tour.
"It is, isn't it? And that is why," the king wheeled on her, "you must be properly furnished for the trial. God sends the soul, but the crown shall provide the tools. I have had the armorer up since matin. Something light, since you're built like a lathe. We'll want you quick, proofed at the shoulder, and a helm you can see out of, none of your tourney buckets." He pulled her along the racks. "And of course you'll carry the blessed Morhand. Was the whole point of the exercise, but a girl wants a knife too. Everyone decent wants a knife." He pressed one into her hands, plain hilted, beautifully balanced. "There, yes, now!" He rubbed his hands. The candlelight caught his rings. "The trial itself. You will be wondering about my champion." The room changed temperature. Theo stepped close, the rest of the coven falling in next to her. "I confess it was a puzzle." Charles paced, thoroughly enjoying himself. "It cannot be one of my own captains. If you win, they are shamed. If you lose, they've beaten the girl. And there's no dignity anywhere in it, no. I wanted a stranger, a man of reputation with no ties to my court. And God provides. You of all people know that, because not 3 days after I set the word abroad, a knight-errant presented himself at my gates. Lately of the fighting in the east, a list of feats as long as the Loire. My heralds verified what could be verified, and such a bearing." He turned to the doors and clapped twice. "Come, enter, meet my champion." The armory doors swung open, and the man who came through them was tall, built like the church door carvings, moving with a horseman's rolling ease. His surcoat was crusted with the badges of half the courts in Christendom, and he crossed the long floor toward them, walking through the lines of morning sun, smiling with perfect teeth. Alba's left arm went cold from wrist to elbow. The chains woke, every link, at once. Vampire. He was a vampire, and he was crossing the king's armory at mid-morning, walking through bar after bar of full golden sunlight. It lay on him the way it lay on Theo. "Mademoiselle Alba," said Charles, glowing, a boy introducing his best toy last. "The Chevalier Thierry." Thierry stopped before her at the correct and courtly distance, in a pool of sunlight, and bowed over her hand. His fingers were cold. His lips, stopping in the air above her knuckles, were colder. And as he straightened, his eyes lifted to hers. The maid herself. Chinon talks of nothing else. Sent by God, they are saying.
The smile deepened by one tooth.
What a coincidence, mademoiselle. So was I.
Chapter 24. The coven converged on her room before the candles were lit. Nobody sat.
Say it plainly, Alba whispered.
Does he know what I am?
He knew before he walked in. Florent stood at the window, watching the yard below the way other men watched enemies. The bow over your hand. He was tasting the air off your skin. He knows.
Sent by Helena, then? She asked, and Theo nodded.
Walking in sunlight.
Clementine's arms were crossed tight.
Nobody walks in sunlight without your blood or your bond.
The fire ticked in the hearth.
She's shared it, Theo murmured.
Alba's heart stuttered. Shared what?
Your bond.
Etienne cursed under his breath.
Is it possible? With how many?
Theo shrugged, his expression dark. So, I can't kill him.
Clementine scoffed. The sword would work. Or your blood. Not if he's bonded, Florent said. He's not a guardian, Theo argued. We don't know.
Helena does, Clementine muttered. Always one step ahead. Alba chewed her lower lip. I can't refuse the trial. Can't kill him except with a blade I can barely lift.
We just don't know,
Theo repeated, beginning to pace.
You don't have to kill him, Florent said. Before the court, by their own rules, it's first blood or yield.
You think I can make a vampire yield? Alba gaped at him. Florent tipped his head to the now-replaced bed frame.
Fair enough.
This I know. Clementine smiled, her eyes shining. You will make him yield, but I will make this the worst morning of Thierry's immortal existence. The drills began again before dawn in the walled orchard. His ears first. Clementine circled her in the half-dark. A vampire in a crowd, he has everything. Every heart in the stands, every whisper in the gallery. It's not a gift, it's a burden, and he holds it back the way you hold your gate. So you don't fight quietly, Alba. You scream when you strike. Alba turned, searching for Theo. He was there, one leg propped up on the wall. She thought of his hands on her skin, of his breath on her neck. The bond opened and she held it, allowing the trickle of power to course through her. Without warning, she screamed and struck. Clementine staggered, nearly falling to the dirt as Alba had the day before. She laughed out loud. Again! When Alba's voice was almost hoarse, Clementine moved on. His nose, next. Your blood is a bonfire to him. That's his advantage. So we make it his ruin. You'll wear steel at the wrists. She tapped her forearms. Every drop of you in the air pulls his eyes where the scent is. So you learn to bleed where you choose. A small cut, a smear on a glove, thrown left while you go right. His own hunger makes him lazy, foolish. That one they couldn't practice, but they walked through the motions. Alba was fast with a blade thanks to all her work with Maman in the kitchen. They practiced for speed and misdirection, and when she could barely stand, Theo tucked her into bed, and they started again in the morning. They worked 2.5 days on, then took an afternoon off to allow her body to rest. On the 11th day, she stood in the mud in the gray afternoon, heaving for breath. Her scream could stagger an 1,100-year-old warrior. Her feet knew the motions. Her hands knew the knife's blade, and somewhere in the nights between, tangled with Theo in her bed, she had stopped being afraid of her own body and mind. One night remained, and for the first time since the armory, Alba looked at the fight ahead and knew she could win. Again, Clementine called. Alba nodded, just as the orchard gate opened. She frowned, then laughed when she recognized who it was. Paul walked in, travel-worn and smiling, dust to the knee, a satchel across his chest, and the whole yard erupted. Clementine's face lit up. Etienne ran toward him, clapping him on the shoulder, and Alba followed because Paul had been with... They're safe, he said before she could get a word out. He caught both her hands in his big ones. Deep in, settled. I was made to memorize a message. He cleared his throat and delivered it with ceremony. Tell her we are well. Tell her to eat. Tell her not to listen to a word Teo says. A pause for Clementine's laugh. Your father adds, remind her the thorn goes under the jaw. Tears filled Alba's eyes, and she wanted to celebrate. But that last line. Why would he talk about the thorn? Teo stepped closer. Paul could. Paul was already swinging the satchel over his neck and pressing it into her arms, as pleased as a man delivering Christmas. This cost me 2 nights arguing with your guardian greybeards who part with their stillings the way misers part with their teeth. 6 doses, fresh drawn, and a vial of the dressing besides. Your father measured them himself when he heard. He patted the satchel. Enough to put down a war horse, or one very old, very rude chevalier. Exactly as Teo asked. The orchard went quiet. Alba heard her own voice from a distance. As Teo asked. When he sent for me. Paul's smile faltered at the expression on her face. The rider found me past the second river. I'd barely left your parents. That would have been... He counted, still cheerful. 8 days ago? 9? The morning after the king named his champion, at any rate. He wrote that the champion was like us, and that you'd need... Paul stopped, looking between Alba and Teo. 8 days ago. 9? The morning after the armory? After Teo's drills? After she'd been successful holding the gate? After they'd... Alba. Teo reached for her, but she pulled back. Teo had already risen in the dark of that first morning while she slept, hopeful in the ruin of their bed. He'd sent for Paul. Asked for poison. She'd spent day after day working to win this challenge, and Teo had believed all along that she couldn't. Alba. Teo's voice was rough. She looked at him, and that only made the moment worse. There was no denial or apology in his expression. Only the look of a man watching a fuse he'd lit finally reach the powder. Let me. She put the satchel carefully into Paul's arms and stalked out of the orchard. Teo caught the door of the bedchamber before it could slam. Alba rounded on him in the middle of the room, and her voice came out low and shaking. You sent for it that first morning? I woke up and you were gone. I thought... She shook her head, dragging her fingers through her hair. You already decided how this ends. You watched me scream myself hoarse in the yard for days. You tucked me into bed. You let me believe, Teo, when not once, not for 1 hour did you believe I could. That's true. The honesty of it stopped her mid-breath. That first morning it was true. He stood very still by the door, arms at his sides, making no defense. You held the gate, yes, and I enjoyed every second of that night, Alba. I believe it's the only way you'll get close enough to use the thorn in the first place. Alba scoffed, turning her back. The king has matched you against an immortal, Alba. Here, on Helena's favor. It's not yours to hedge. The words tore out of her. I held the gate, Teo. I let go, and I held it. I did the impossible, and I earned the right to make my own chances. You took that from me before I even woke. You're still trying to control... I am trying to keep you alive. The words cracked through the room, Teo's whole body sagging. I rose in the dark beside you, and I was not thinking of good faith. I was staring at the truth that you were going to walk into that arena, and I would be forced to watch, helpless by your command. So yes, I sent for every weapon I could reach, and I did not tell you because you will need both your strength and your family secrets. You can be damned sure Helena will use hers. He stopped, drawing a ragged breath. I want to give my apologies, to beg for your forgiveness, but I know in my heart, if the choice were mine again, I would do the same. Alba began to shake. She heard him. She understood, but the rage in her chest wouldn't quiet. She stormed to the bed and sat. In seconds, Teo was on his knees at her feet. You want the truth of me? Here it is. His voice dropped, wrecked.
I have accepted the prophecy. Do you understand what that cost? I understand you must fulfill it. And I bowed my head and I accepted it. Because it is yours. I have no right to keep you from it. He choked on his words, dropping his forehead to her knees. I don't get to lock you away, I know it. But I watched you die once, Alba. I sat under the beech tree and drank the blood you spilled, feeling everything I have ever loved draining from my arms. And then I waited. Over 1,000 years. 1,000 years wandering this wretched earth, and with no pride left to grasp, I'm telling you I cannot do it again. I cannot. So I will accept your prophecy, and your war, and your right to every risk you choose, and I will also send for the vial, and bribe the greybeards, and hedge and scheme, and arm you in secret, and stand behind every rail in France with my heart in my teeth, because I can't stand here and do nothing. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she ran her fingers through his hair. I hate it, Theo. I hate it. He dragged himself from the floor, pulling her further onto the bed and curling himself around her. They lay like that for a long moment, their hearts and breath aligning. You should have told me, she said at last. Yes. I might have said yes if you'd asked. No, you wouldn't have. And you wouldn't have trained as hard as you have. Alba let out a caustic laugh. You think you know me so well. Theo kissed her, swatting at her hand. Better than most. He swept her hair from her face, kissing the tip of her ear. I cannot promise this is the last of my secrets, just as you cannot promise that you'll stay. Her heart squeezed tight enough to make her lungs ache. In this, as in most things, Theo did know her better than most. Chapter 25. They brought up the tub before dawn, the great copper one, lined with a linen sheet against the metal's chill, set before a fire with buckets of water heated in the kitchens. When the door shut behind the last of the king's new servants, Theo turned back the cuffs of his shirt and tested the water with his wrist. Come, he said. We have an hour. I intend to spend all of it. He had retrieved Etienne's herbs ahead of time, rosemary and lavender steeping in a jug for her hair, a cake of white Castile soap that must have cost someone more than a small favor. The water was hot, and the linen soft against her back. Alba sank into her chin as Theo knelt behind her on a folded towel, unhurried. As if the bells were not already counting down the morning, as if no challenge were waiting, no court, no vampire strapping on his armor with her name on his lips. Theo poured the first water over her hair with the wooden dipper. One hand cupped at her brow to keep it from her eyes. He washed her hair twice, working the lather with his fingertips from her nape to her crown until her whole scalp loosened and her breath grew slow. He rinsed it with the rosemary water, catching the runoff with his palm. Theo washed her shoulders and arms, lifting each one from the water, soaping wrist to elbow, his thumbs finding his mark. He traced it slowly, then rubbed the muscles of her hands until they released. She reached up once, wet fingers to his jaw, and he turned his face into her palm. He closed his eyes and stayed there, letting her hold the weight of his head. As he rinsed her hair a second time, she caught the unguarded depth of his feeling. He thought she couldn't see him with her head tipped back against the copper rim, his face above her, upside down. But for one unguarded moment the tenderness in his eyes held the resolution he spoke of, the face of a man who had done this before, who stood behind a rail and watched, who rose in the morning and heated the water anyway. He caught her watching, and the grief folded itself away, swift as his wings. He smiled and poured the last of the rosemary water. Up, before it cools. Alba stood, streaming, and while he wrapped her in warmed linen, she prayed. Not to Père Colin's God, though she begged his pardon in passing. Her lips didn't move, and this prayer went down, not up. Down through the metal cold against her breastbone, down through the blood, down the long line of mothers to the one who made them. Solane, Lady of the Light, if you're listening, if you were ever listening. Her eyes stayed on Theo, on his bent head as he dried her shoulders, the rise and fall of his chest.
I'm not asking to win. I am asking to live. Oh, look at him. You made my blood to stand between the dark and the innocent, and there he is. I am telling you, goddess, whatever you built me for, I don't want to break him again. Let me live through this. Let me come back through that door tonight. Whatever the prophecy costs, take it out of anything. Her breath caught, and Teo's hands stilled on her arms. Anything but him.
Is something wrong?
Teo tipped her chin. She shook her head, her eyes wet. No, it's perfect. Thank you. Teo nodded, the corner of his mouth curling.
Now I dress you.
The king sent a squire.
The king's squire will not touch you.
Teo gave her a look, and she knew well enough not to argue. The yard had been dressed like a feast day. Banners, benches, the court packed bright and buzzing to the rails with hands passing wine mid-morning. Charles sat on the dais with his heavy-lidded eyes gleaming, and at the yard's far end, gilded by the climbing sun that had no right to touch him, Thierry, stripped to shirt and harness, smiling like a man arriving at his own name-day celebration. The coven stood at the barrier. Clementine, Florent, and Teo. She half expected Teo to storm out as he had that night Florent drank from her, but he stayed rooted to the spot, eyes black and dangerous. The marshal cried the terms. First blood or yield, God defend the right. And Thierry's blade came up. He toyed with her. Strolling across the clearing, he moved like water around her first rush, let her knife blade hiss past his ribs, then tapped her on the crown of her head like a tutor correcting her Latin. The court roared with laughter, and he gave them a bow.
They told me you were sent by God, mademoiselle.
His voice was low enough for her alone.
But I find your showing thus far disappointing. Who taught you?
The big one, glowering at the rail.
He always did coddle his—
A flick of his blade, and her parry rang up her arm.
Little projects.
Scream when you strike. Alba screamed and jabbed. He flinched, and her follow cut grazed his sleeve. The crowd gasped.
Better,
Thierry said, circling.
There's the training. Use his tricks, little guardian. Use everything. You'll want it all where you're going.
Another pass. Another dodge of his blade.
Or should I say, he'll need it. He doesn't look like one who will take this loss lightly.
Alba growled, allowing the trickle of power to flow through her. She lunged, knocking his feet out from under him. Thierry hit the dirt and laughed, jumping up before she could attack. How is your village, by the way? Forgive me. How is the ash? She didn't take the bait. She took his knee instead. She yelled as her shoulder crashed through the back of it, exactly as drilled, and he fell again to the dirt, nearly on top of her. The crowd came off its benches, and for one heartbeat, his eyes went flat.
So, the mouse has teeth.
He rose, rolling his shoulder, and now the fun was gone. Alba drew from the bond as his blade came faster, heavier, landing on her guard like falling timber.
Let us save time, mademoiselle. I am not here to kill you. I am not permitted to kill you. I'd sooner fall on my own point.
He grunted, driving her back.
I'm here to fetch you. She has waited a very long time to meet you again.
And there was the confirmation. It settled cold in her belly. This was not the king's stranger knight. He was hers, Helena's, gilded and badged and delivered through the front gate on the king's own invitation. Then she wasted her time. Alba gave ground, let him herd her toward the rail shadow where the sun would cross his eyes. You'll never carry me out of this yard. Thierry laughed. Because of them. He shoved her to the ground. 4 antiques and a cook. Oh, she knows exactly who stands at your rail. She has known them longer than your bloodline has had a name. Do you really believe she sent me into his reach without— His white smile went wide. Accommodations. Rage flew up Alba's spine like fire up a wick, burning for all of it at once. The ash of her village, her parents forced from their home, the stolen bond, and the threat to Teo and his coven. She split, one piece of her guarding the gate, and the other. Strength roared through the bond and out through her arms. The next exchange drove him back a full stride, shock cracking his face. She shivered as cold threaded through the heat, braiding itself into her fire exactly as it had that first night. Alba let it in. Steel was tempered so. Papa's voice echoed in her head.
Fire alone makes brittle. It's the quench that makes the blade.
Fire met frost in the channel behind her breastbone as time became slow and wide. Plenty of it to take Thierry apart. Afterward, the court would tell it 12 ways, none of them right. No one could see the borrowed speed, the inhuman strength. He slashed at her with his sword, and she knocked it from his hand, throwing herself into his chest. Thierry went down flat on his back with Alba's knee on his sword arm and her knife at the hollow of his throat. The yard went silent. "Yield!" Alba snapped for the court, and then, bending low over him, she spoke for him alone. "Move, and I open your throat. And then the whole court can watch the wound close, watch you mend, Chevalier, in front of the doctors of Poitiers and the king's own confessor. They'll know you for what you are. So, yield." Thierry lay under her point, chest heaving air he didn't need, with a smile on his face. "Oh, little guardian." He spat the dirt from his mouth. "Don't you see? They already know." The words went through her like poison. Her eyes came up, wandering across the silent benches to the dais, to Charles. King Charles, who was not gaping, not crossing himself, and not calling for his confessor. The Dauphine leaned forward, watching her kneel on a monster's arm with an expression she had seen once before, in his bedchamber, when he laid the sword in her hands. The bumbling collector, the nightshirt. He was more calculating than he seemed. No, he was exactly as desperate as he seemed, and desperation had made him cunning. He had known, or guessed, or been told what walked into his court, and he had matched maid against monster. Because a king drowning in a lost war did not need a girl who could win a duel. He needed proof she could beat the creatures who fought against his armies. Underneath this understanding came the second. It was Helena, sitting in front of the fire. "I want him dead." Helena dropped the fire poker, and the flames hissed, spitting against the stone hearth. Aurelia jumped. I don't believe in an order where guardians have no power. I don't believe in a goddess who sends her lambs to the slaughter." And Helena, in the courtyard. "Helena, this was not our agreement." "Agreement? You should be celebrating." Helena's eyes gleamed. "We did this together." "No, you kept this a secret." She laughed. "And you and Teo don't have secrets." Helena kicked the ring from Elaine's stiff fingers and it clinked across the stone. "The only balance is obliteration. The vampires will fall, and from their ash, the world will breathe again." Helena stepped toward her, held out another dagger. "Join me." This was what she wanted. She didn't send Thierry to fetch her, she sent him to die. Helena wanted her here, with hatred in her heart, kneeling on a vampire before the assembled powers of France, learning in her body how to despise, to hunt. Join me. Alba knelt on Thierry's arm with the whole yard holding its breath, hating what came next, and knowing that there was no other door to open. "Goddess, forgive me." Alba dragged her nails hard across the back of her hand, staring at the well of blood, then raked her bloodied fingers across Thierry's beautiful cheek. Chapter 26. Thierry howled, and for one heartbeat nothing happened. She wondered if she was wrong, if her blood would do nothing since he shared the bond. Then the scratch across his cheek turned gray, the color of old ice, and from it the frost began to travel. "What did you—" Thierry clawed at his eyes, bucking hard enough that Alba flew to the side. She scurried back, watching the color seep from his face, veining and branching, silver-gray threads running down his jaw, his throat, spreading under the collar of his shirt. Thierry's eyes went wide, fixed on her with an expression she would carry to the end of her days. Not only pain, betrayal. His lips moved. "She said," the words came out crackling and wrong,
She said I couldn't be, he coughed, writhing on the ground. She swore.
The court erupted around her, but she could barely hear it. Helena had dressed him and sent him into the 1 yard in France where the maid would learn what her blood could do. He had not been the cat. He had not even been the mouse. He had been the demonstration. The frost took his voice. It took the gold of his eyes, graying them like ash over coals. It took his beauty last. And then the Chevalier Thierry, champion of the King of Bourges, came apart. Not into flesh and blood or anything recognizable. He collapsed with a long sigh into grey ash and an empty harness. She heard the screaming first. Benches overturning, wine spilling, lords and ladies climbing over each other, half the yard surging away and the other half surging closer. Alba stood alone in the middle of the field with a monster's ashes on the wind, and her own blood on her fingers. She turned to the dais, looking at her king. Charles had not run. Charles stood gripping the rail of his dais, grey to the lips. And he was not looking at the ashes. He was looking at her. He had known what he sent her to fight, and now he had to bear looking in her eyes. She held his gaze, staring fire into his soul. Javiette would have approved. Charles's mouth opened, closed. The man who had bargained with theologians and outweighted Burgundy and survived a court of knives for 30 years stood in front of a farm girl, speechless. Eventually, he bumbled down the dais steps, and before all his court, the King of Bourges took her bloodied hand in both of his. "Whatever men you want, take them." That night, Alba stood on the bed and tore down the tapestry. It was the garden scene. Clementine stared at her with wide eyes as it dropped to the floor. "What? He told me take whatever I wanted." "I believe he meant his armies," Etienne said with a mischievous grin. He was the first to help her cut the white field free, and it was Florent, of all people, who materialized needles and gold cord from somewhere in the house and sewed like a sailmaker. He fringed the white while Clementine trimmed and hemmed. Theo held the finished flag up to the firelight for her inspection. A long white standard, fringed gold, bright as morning. Her blood still rushed after the challenge, the gate still open by a sliver. For some reason, she couldn't quite shut it, and she wasn't sure she wanted to. "It needs a device," Clementine said. "A saint, a cross. Lilies?" "No device." Alba touched the white field. "White, for the day of light. Gold, for—" She looked at Theo, and he gave a slight nod. "Gold, for what's mine." The preparations for their departure ran through the night. The king's captain told them of the army mustered at a crossing 2 days west. "What there is of it?" the captain had admitted. "They've been in camp since autumn." She would go to them, raise them off their backsides and take them to Orléans. The king would send letters, moneys, his blessing, and she would take the blade of Moran. They would slip the fortress before dawn, unannounced out of the postern. Alba didn't believe anyone was waiting for them since she'd killed Thierry, but there was no profit in showing anyone which road they took. Alba sat by the fire with the banner folded in her lap. She'd killed a vampire today. The court called it a miracle, and the coven called it a victory. But she could still see the frost curling over his face. She was sent to end the curse. She who was sent to bind, not kill. Helena knew the prophecy as well as anyone, and what would be Alba's answer? She didn't have one. She had a sword that could unmake vampires, blood that could do the same. How was she supposed to unite when all she had were weapons? "You're troubled," Theo said quietly, settling beside her. "I'm thinking." He didn't push. "Orléans first. The rest after." "The rest after," Alba agreed. That night, she dreamed of Helena. The hall with the glass windows was gone. This was closer. A pavilion of dusk blue silk, lanterns, maps weighted with daggers. Helena stood at the table in her deep blue, white hands still for once, looking directly at the place where Alba stood in the dark. "There you are," she whispered and smiled. I heard what you did in Chinon. All of France will have heard it by Sunday. The Maid of God, unmasking devils, burning them with a touch. The smile deepened. He was a vain, cruel, expensive tool, and you spent him perfectly, sister. I am not your sister, Alba tried to say. I am not anything of yours. Helena turned back to her maps as if they had all the time in two worlds. Her finger came to rest on a point where a river curled. The pavilion, the candles, and Helena's smile folded gently into dark. Alba woke in the cold before dawn with the banner shining stark white in the moonlight. Teo felt her move and pulled her closer, curling her back to his chest. She still wondered if he slept, or if he simply held her through the night. Tonight, she burrowed closer, grateful for the comfort. There would be no outweighting her, no vanishing deep enough to hide. Orléans waited, and so did the lady in blue. We hope you enjoyed this production of To Meet Surrender, Book 3 in the Le Somme series, written and read for you by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2026, Button Press.